built a tower made of paper and lies, stacked it high with the liar's disguise. But the wind's picking up, gonna blow it all down. A reckoning's coming to this hollow town. Tear it down, burn it up, let the light shine through. Trump's got the hammer, Musk lights the fuse. No more chains, no deep state blues. The eagle's screaming, we got work to do. They sold our steel, they stole our land, turned the worker into a begging hand. But the wheels are turning, the fire's alive. We're taking back what's rightfully mine. Tear it down, burn it up, let the light shine through. Trump's got the hammer, Musk lights the fuse. No more chains, no deep state blues. The eagle's screaming, we got work to do. Ghosts of the past whisper through the trees. Swamp runs deep, but it's begging to freeze. Freedom ain't given, it's a fight to the bone. Stand your ground or be overthrown. Tear it down, burn it up, let the light shine through. Trump's got the hammer, Musk lights the fuse. No more chains, no deep state blues. The eagle's screaming, we got work to do. Our work to do. Ghosts of the past whisper through the trees. Swamp runs deep, but it's begging to freeze. Freedom ain't given, it's a fight to the bone. Stand your ground or be overthrown. Tear it down, burn it up, let the light shine through. Trump's got the hammer, Musk lights the fuse. No more chains, no deep state blues. The eagle's screaming, we got work to do.
Hey guys, how's it going? How you doing? Jay's not here. I contacted her earlier that I was thinking of doing this, but she's not here. How's everybody doing? What's up, Chill? Hey, Dawn. Jeremiah, what's going on? Hey, Uncle Bobbity, how you doing? Now, I'm letting you know at the outset. That I have a couple links I can use to play this, but I don't know how they're going to play out. I asked for permission from several, haven't heard back yet. So I'm just going to play them. And if I get shut down, then I'm just going to go to the next one. I mean, what else can you do, right? But at least we'll still have a good time. But if I can't play them, I can't play them. You know, but I don't see why they're YouTube channels, but they could have a copyright or something. One of them doesn't have any listed copyrights. I just thought it'd be fun for everybody to get together. How's everybody doing? Hey, what's up, Pam? Let me see. Let me get up to the comments. So today, Trump is going to talk about America First policies. He's going to talk about tariffs, how he's using tariffs, and he's going to talk about getting rid of the corruption, like reform. And we're going to watch the libnuts go out of their damn minds. From what I was told that the Democrats are going to bring those little childish clinker things that little children use that make the click sound just to interfere with Trump. I mean, they're so freaking childish. They got nothing else, right? They don't understand why they lost everything. They still don't get it. You know, it's amazing that it just completely. And you know what? They got caught. Let me see if I can find that. They got caught doing the talking points went out, and 3 of them that got captured on X. They did videos, the exact same script, which goes to show they don't even know what they're talking about. They're just following the script that went out. Probably Obama wrote it, or whoever the hell is running them now. I don't think they have any leaders. Matter of fact, I think Obama's going. He's busy going through that divorce, and I hope that the 2 of them can work it out like men. I really do. So, Jade is a retired doctor's conference, but her absence makes us the worst. You're absolutely right there, Bobby. Hey, guys. Yeah, let me see if I can find that. Let's see. X.com. X.com. All right. So let's see. I did a couple. Yeah, Michael Steele. I replied to him this morning. I said, "Aren't you the former RNC chairman who went over to the lefties, but nobody noticed?" I'm surprised he didn't kick me. But let's see. I think I got. Let's see. Concerned. Oh, that's funny. I did moron alert, and everybody liked that one. Okay. Let's see. Let me go to my profile. Yeah, childish was the key word. Yeah. I mean, guys, they have nothing else to go with. Nothing. They got nothing. So they're going with this yeah, we're gonna click. We're gonna show him. And they're all tweeting, all the libnut Democrats are tweeting, Donald Trump told us that he would lower grocery prices and gas prices on day 1. He lied to you. It's like they really are writing that. Oh my God. They're really posting that crap. Wow. Here it is. Oh, you gotta see this. This is hilarious. Let me bring this up. I saw this earlier. It's I wrote, and they wonder why they lost everything, but Charlie Kirk wrote, "It's all fake and staged. This act doesn't work anymore." But let's
of essential. It's not getting better.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day 1.
That ain't true. That's what you just heard. Since day one of Donald Trump's presidency, prices are not down. They're up. Inflation is getting worse. Not better. The prices of grocery, gas, housing, eggs, of essentials. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has done nothing. Goose eggs to lower prices. Instead, he's pardoned violent who savagely beat police officers
on January 6th.
He's letting Elon Musk take a chainsaw to vital government programs, and then, even worse, giving him access to Americans' most sensitive data, Social Security numbers, tax returns, health care bills. He's fired thousands of essential workers, people who help our veterans get their benefits, people fighting Ebola in Africa so it doesn't come here. He's frozen funding for vital programs that so many Americans need: cancer research, education funds, payments to family farmers, and so much worse. Why are they doing this? Trump, Musk, Doge are taking these vital services away from you for one reason, so they can give tax breaks to their billionaires club. Their plan is awful. Simply awful. Billionaires win, families lose. And that is the truth.
And that is the truth.
And that is the truth.
Nah. No, the truth is they don't have anything to go on. What'd you do? Hey, what's up, Linda? Was it Budgie Burger? Yeah, blatant script is right, man. They used to do talking points. Remember talking points memo or whatever it was? Well, they used to do talking points, and the White House under Clinton would send them out. He would either email them or they would text them out, and it was like every every Democrat would come out and say the exact same speech wherever they were, and there was a camera, and there was no internet back then, and so everybody, I mean, there was, but you couldn't stream and all that, right? The video part wasn't up yet, and the only person who could do that was Rush Limbaugh. And he used to play it. He'd be like, guys, and he'd have like 15 of them up on he used to have a TV show. He would have like 15 of them up on the screen, and he would play them all. And his producer got them like perfectly aligned, perfectly in sync. And it was like, 25 people saying the exact word for word line. And they still haven't learned that people understand that. Yeah. Here's another good one that I had. I'm just doing filler, guys, because I got nothing prepared. I know you're not supposed to say that, but look at this. This was Elon, and it has everyone at Fort Knox right now because there's no gold there. They're going to spray all the bricks to make it look like gold. I don't know about that, but that would be funny, wouldn't it? Hey, what's up, Chris? What would start riots? Let me see. Think legitimately start riots. They're really angry if Trump takes Shapiro's advice and pardons Derek Chauvin. Oh, wow. Wouldn't that be something if Trump did that? Yeah, well, the left, see, here's the problem. The left would, like I'm talking the extra chromosome left, right? They would still go nuts. They would go absolutely nuts over that. But the reason why they're not going nuts right now is because a lot of Black and Hispanics voted for Trump because they want what we're getting here. I saw some interviews where, like you had CNN down on the street, and they're like, is this what you voted for? Like, hell yeah, this is what I voted for. Like, what are you, nuts? Yeah, he's cutting all the fraud, waste, and abuse. He wants to get rid of the IRS and have the ERS, the External Revenue Service, which would be great. Yeah, I got in an argument with my boss yesterday. Now, he's a liberal. I'm not going to call him a lib nut, but he's a liberal, and he's actually a really nice guy. It's just, and I'm going to say this too. I know he's not watching here, but I'm going to say this too. He's one of the smartest guys I know. Okay, he's a programmer, and this is my other life. We got into a little tit for tat, and he still believed that there was an insurrection. And I had to set him straight. I was like, how come no one was ever charged with insurrection? He goes, they were. I'm like, name one. I'll give you $100. I was like, no one was ever charged. And he goes, well, Trump was. I'm like, that wasn't a charge. That was political. It was an impeachment. I was like, but no one was ever charged. And he goes, yeah, well, they lost 61 cases. And I said, isn't it funny? It was always 51 cases that they lost because they didn't have the right evidence. I said, now it's up to 61. I said, what is it, 51 or 61? Where'd you find those other 10? I was like, number 2. Not a single one of those became a case because every judge said, you got no standing, no standing, no standing. You got no standing. You got no standing. Hey, you got no standing, no standing. And Trump even said one time at one of his rallies, he goes, they told me I had no standing. He said, I'm the president of the United States and I'm running for re-election. How do I not have standing? And he's right, because I honestly think there was a little cabal that got together with Democrats and Mark Elias, who is the scumbag lawyer for the Democrats when they want to steal an election. And because he was doing it, he was going in 2020, he was doing it. And then he was bragging about it for 2024. He was taking his legal team into the key battleground states. And he was going to left-wing judges, right, activist judges, and saying, well, we want to get rid of this election law. And why do you want to do that? Well, because it doesn't help us. But he was doing it, and he was successful in a lot of them. Like in Pennsylvania, our state Supreme Court, they ruled that, like, they changed election law because of these lawyers going before him and saying, hey, we want to change this election law. And they did. But there's a problem, right? Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution says that only a state legislature can change an election law. A judge can't do it. Can't do it, right? And so the legislature in Pennsylvania was a Republican legislature, and they said that mail-in ballots, accepting them, ends 8 p.m. election day. 8 p.m. election day. And the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania extended it by 3 days. Why? Because they needed to find out on election day how many votes Trump was beating the hell out of Biden. And then they would spend those next 3 days fabricating votes, the right number. That's what they did. And then we also had, and that was illegal, but who's going to stop them? The Supreme Court of Pennsylvania? They're going to regulate themselves. And then we had a Democrat Secretary of State, who the Secretary of State, remember, runs elections, right, in states. Her name was Kathy Bookvar, and she changed election law herself. Now, again, she's from the executive branch. Article 1, Section 4 says only the state legislature can do it. But with Democrats, it's like, oh, it's okay when we do it, right? So what happened was Kathy Bookvar, she changed election law where she extended, it was either 3 or 9 days, I can't remember, but the deadline for proving who you are when you vote by provisional ballot. Again, they needed to know how many Biden was behind and to fix that. That's what they did. So you had Mark Elias going around bragging about we're changing laws all over the place. And then he did again. I showed it a few times on streams. He did it again this time around, saying, oh, we're in 47 states or 47 cases in 14 states. So in other words, he wants to change election law again. And yet anybody that complains about that, oh, you have no standing. How did they get standing to change election law? But you don't have standing to say, no, it's a violation of the Constitution. So circle back, I got my boss and I said, well, not one of them. Not one of them. I said, go to here'stheevidence.com and you can read all the evidence, because that's the evidence that not a single judge allowed. And then there was Zuckerberg. There was a lawyer, Phil Klein, out of Philadelphia. He's well known here. And he said that that Zuckerbucks, that, hey, what's up, Chris? What's up? What's up, brother? Good to see you, man. So he turned around and said, he said that Zuckerberg, besides breaking the law and putting money out to get drop boxes put on every street corner only in Democrat districts, that's against the law. You can't do it. You got to do it in all districts. Or if you're going to, for example, if you're going to put 4 in a Democrat district, you got to put 4 in a Republican. He didn't do that. But the worst thing he did that he said, what's this? I feel like it's Friday night and I can drink and stay up until dawn, but no. Well, anyway, what he did was he said that Zuckerberg actually bribed judges down at City Hall in the municipal building, bribed them to not take any cases of people that complained. And then we had, who our governor now is, Josh Shapiro. Hey, we had him. He was the attorney general at the time. He didn't take any cases. He would not investigate any cases of election fraud if it concerned a Democrat. He just didn't do it. Yeah, so, yeah, Lou, I have a couple of links. I'm going to keep repeating this, and hit the like button, please, guys, if you can. I have a couple links I'm going to try to use, because obviously I can't go to DC and film it myself, so I wanted to actually repeat a live stream, right? And I reached out to a couple of news channels, like I'm not going to name them, and I haven't heard anything back yet, though. But the one I'm going to use, and if YouTube nails me, because I didn't see any copyrights on their page. So if YouTube nails me, otherwise we're going to have 2 hours of fun, right? She does make her own beef tallow. I happen to know that's true. She told me that this afternoon. Anyway, I didn't read that. Sorry, man. I turned in my bona fides to the California Republican Party before the November election to verify who is a citizen and who is a nonce. Trump 2.0 is way more. You're exactly right, Chris. Yeah, Trump 2.0, man. And like I said, if you didn't hear this already, the Democrats, I got word that the Democrats in the audience, the politicians, they're going to bring these little kid clicker things, click, 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 click. They're going to bring that just to try to drown out Donald Trump. And if I was Trump, if they kept doing it, I would just turn and go, behave, children. And if they still continued, I'd say, Sergeant of Arms, can you please remove all these people that are doing that? That would be an explosion. Yeah, so he's going to talk about tariffs, why he's doing them, because a lot of people don't, well, we all get it, but people on the left don't get it, right? Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing? And we get it, but they don't. And because my boss said, he goes, yeah, he said, you think that Trump's not breaking the law? I'm like, how now? And he said, well, because he's putting tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and he's not allowed to do that. And I'm like, actually, he is. And he's like, how? And I'm like, there's a federal law that was passed by Congress and signed by a president that says that the president can. He goes, it's not an economic emergency. I said, no, but it's a national emergency, and that's part of the law. He goes, how's it a national emergency? And I stood there. I was fucking with him bad. I stood there and I went, dude, I'm not going to say his name. I went, dude, as of 2022, it was averaging almost 74,000 Americans were dying each year from fentanyl. Do you accept that? And he just looked at me. I said, do you agree with that? Do you like that? Do you like that 74,000 people a year are dying? I said, and you know that it had to go up because Biden just opened the ports. He opened everything. He opened the border, and he's like, he didn't open. I'm like, dude, how do you get between 11 and 20 million people? I was like, even they admit it in 4 years. I just had a field day. But then I thought, you know what, Rich, if you want your job, you better get the fuck out of his office because it's not going to work. Yeah, Canadian tariffs. Yeah, to say again, Trump does not want to use the tariffs. He doesn't. He's using them to change behaviors. And people go, why is it got to change behaviors? Well, for one thing, did you know that Canada does not allow American banks to do business in Canada, but their banks are flooding our fucking markets left and right? Yeah, that's fair, right? No, it's not. There's a lot of things like that with Canada. I mean, we love Canada. I love you guys, man. I really do. But except the ones on the left, that are on the left coast, and they're really nuts. But outside of that, I love you guys. But there's a lot of unfair practices going on, and Trump even says, like, he's so simple when he says it, and they go, oh, you did, because they take him literally, we take him seriously, right? So they said that he's doing the tariffs and he can't do them. And we're like, yeah, he can. Why can't he do them? And they're like, well, there was only a trade deficit of like 45 billion. I'm like, well, yeah, but it's 65 billion in Canadian dollars. So I don't know what to tell them, but he just wants to change behaviors. And here's another thing that I just found out, and I'm going to do a video on this. Biden's FBI did an analysis of fentanyl coming through the southern and the northern border. And because the lib nuts all started, it was only 43 pounds that came through the whole year, right? But 43 pounds could kill 10 million Americans, all right? And so think of what terrorists can do with fentanyl. Think about I'm shocked that they haven't so far gone into grocery stores and just pouring the shit into product. I'm shocked that they haven't, all right? And but the thing is, they have they have the tariffs. And Trump doesn't want to use them, but he will. I think they went into effect today because they said, oh, we got $1 billion up that we're going to put more. Yeah, but you didn't do it. Right? You didn't do it. You didn't increase the security. And he's serious about it because he's tired of people dying. And he's only putting 10% on China because we buy all their shit. Right? And so 10% is like 25% for the other two. But yeah, he just and China's the one that sends the materials over, although I don't know if they got a new supply chain or not. But here's what that analysis said under Biden, the FBI, and they hid it because the analysis said that by far more fentanyl comes through the northern border from Canada than it does the southern border. And it makes total sense because nobody's watching them the way they watch the southern border, right? Because you Canadians, I mean, we get along as people, right? But y'all don't want to become Americans. And we love that. Not that we wouldn't want you, but we're saying, yeah, now there's people that don't want to suck off of our teat, right? And they got their own lives. They're great. And the hockey, don't forget the hockey. Hey, guys, you Canadians, is it true? I heard this, but is it true that Canadian women, it takes them an extra 17 hours to deliver a baby because it takes that long to get the sticks and the hockey pads through? Is that true, guys? Silence. Okay, whatever. Bad joke. Yeah, they're just playing hard to get. Exactly. What's this? And Hunter was there with a U-Haul. Yeah. But well, you know what they're saying now? Well, anyway, I'm sorry. So Kash Patel released that analysis for other people to read it because they didn't delete it. You can't, like, if the administration ordered it, they can't really delete it. It's work product of the POTUS, and they can't delete it. By law, you're not allowed to delete any federal data, but unless it goes through the ringers and say, yeah, we're putting this up for deletion. Anybody complain, 6 months, okay, fuck it, we're deleting it, right? Well, they don't do that because they're deleting shit over at FBI left and right to get rid of the evidence, right? So let me see. Let me see some stories I can go over while you guys chat. Let's see. China to downplay agriculture. So California Education Board looking to change label standards to avoid discouraging and demotivate. You know what? The lib nuts just have not learned a thing. They don't understand why they lost everything. In fact, if you hear them, hey, what's up, Bass? How you doing? But if you hear them when they do their interviews, like the one woman, I don't even know who it was. Was she Fox? I don't know. I just heard it on the radio. And she just said to Liz Warren, he said to Chief Crazy Bitch Warren that, do you think that the Democrats didn't learn a thing because, and she went down this thing and Warren's face was like what? You know, and she's like, no, we had a lot of problems. And it's like, yeah, you were all the problems because you people lost touch with the American people. They became a coastal party, right? Everybody in the middle was flyover country. It's been that way for years, but they became a coastal party because of the elites on the two coasts. And they really didn't give a shit about the American people. They didn't care at all. So let's see. What trick of the trades could change everything? Oh, let's read this. Here we go. Good old Trump. You got to love him. Okay, ready? Here we go. Illegals have been stealing American jobs for decades, but one trick of the trades could change everything. Fraud, right? Guest post, William Robertson. Construction, agriculture, and food service were once the bedrock of our nation's workforce. Today, these industries have been overtaken by a shadow labor force of undocumented workers who undercut wages. It's true. This is why a lot of Black and Hispanic people, Americans, right? This is why they want the same things everybody else does. And this is why they were so into Trump once they got the go-ahead that they could like him again. But they were so into him because they realized that what he's saying is, guys, you should have jobs. The illegals should not have your jobs, and you should be getting paid more, but they're giving them to the illegals because they take a lower pay. And I've had libnuts say, that's not true. No, it's very true. The company I worked for got fined like $92 million for that. They had like 5 illegals working for them. And the Fed said, hey, you know, these 5 guys, they're illegal. And they went, oh, shit. All right. They fired them. And then like 3 months later, the same guys came back, but with different ID. So they hired them back because they knew them, right? $92 million. That's what it cost them. Don't work there anymore. It is not that Americans refuse to do the work. That's another thing. Oh, they do jobs that Americans won't do. I remember an article was written by Mark Levin where he said, this is horse shit. And he started naming all the jobs that the Americans do that the left was saying they wouldn't. Rather, they are pushed aside by a system that allows rampant fraud, fosters exploitative employment practices, and leaves honest citizens shouldering the burden. The best show that I saw, if you guys have any others, tell me that you come up with any others, but the Roseanne show, because it showed that the husband was a contractor, but he would do any job to get money. And Roseanne was doing her own thing to try to get money as well. And that they epitomized, they captured the forgotten men and women because of like NAFTA and the other free trade shit. Because free trade for them meant, oh, we're going to do the important stuff, but all the manufacturing will go away. Well, people needed those manufacturing jobs, and they let them go away, which sucks. A key culprit is the widespread misuse of fraudulent taxpayer identification numbers, TINs, which are intended to ensure the people working in the United States report income and pay taxes correctly. For years, previous administrations looked at the other way as special interests benefited from this blatant fraud. And see, if Trump fixes this, they're going to go, oh, he's changing norms. No, it was fraud. But it's a norm. Oh, so because they were doing it for decades, we should keep doing it? Yes, now you get it. The result has been stagnant wages and a workplace culture where the rule-following employee is at a disadvantage. Consider the construction industry, which was once a source of national pride. Skilled trades were passed from generation to generation. That's absolutely true. Now the same industries frequently rely on a workforce that uses fake or stolen TIN numbers or social security numbers, making it easy for unscrupulous employers to dodge taxes and skirt labor regulations. They want to do it cheaper, is what they're saying. Meanwhile, Americans who want these jobs face language barriers, intimidation, and lowered wages. It is no wonder that our youth are discouraged from pursuing the trades when they see so few opportunities that offer. So what the hell is Trump doing? All right. Fortunately, President Trump can repair this broken system with a single powerful solution, an executive order aimed squarely at strengthening enforcement against fraudulent TIN. Yeah, they used to have the E-Verify system, and the Republicans didn't want to enforce it when they were in charge for that 12 years. They didn't want to enforce it because the people that give them the money, right? What was it? The labor, not the Labor Department, it was the Chamber of Commerce. They had all the big donors in there, and they were giving them all the money to get reelected, and said, they went, fuck it, we're not going to do that. So, yeah, there it is, E-Verify. The system's like E-Verify. If you put E-Verify in, you would have a lot less jobs stolen. A lot less. And they still haven't changed. All 45 Democrats voted against. Yep. That's exactly right. They voted against banning biological men from playing female sports. They haven't learned a damn thing. They haven't learned anything. So let's see what's going on either one of those things that I went to. We'll play. And guys, if 9 o'clock comes and I put it up and I get hit by the overlords, if I don't get a strike, which I shouldn't, because I was talking to Jimmy from Philly earlier, and he was saying you're playing another YouTube, and I'm like, yeah. See, here's where it gets crazy, because YouTube has in its user agreements, the term of agreement, whatever it is, they have in that when you upload that video, as the progress bar is going along, right? It's your video. Oh, it's your video. It's your video. Then 100% belongs to YouTube. No longer belongs to you. That's a fact. You could put, I have copyrights to my LLC at the bottom of every description I put out there. But you know what? It might not help, because they say, oh, it's our property now. All right. So then I start to think, okay, so then if it's your property, how could somebody get a ding for playing somebody else's copyrighted live stream? How can that happen? Right? Or, hey, what's up, Spanish chicken? Yeah, fair use and content, but a lot, like Jimmy got nailed because he played a video outside of YouTube, and it was a news. I forget what it was, but he was outside of YouTube, and I think they gave him a strike. I think he did. 80% of Americans agree to the bill. AOC said Elon Musk is just a billionaire with a lot of money. Guys, they just can't handle that they lost all power, and that Trump is doing everything to make life grand for us, for the forgotten men and women. That's what he's doing it for. And he's not just doing that again, what he did the first time around. He's reforming all these departments with Doge. They're getting rid of all the fraud, waste, and abuse, and the people that run these in cabinet level positions are going to just come down on everybody. No, you're not doing this. You're not doing that anymore. We're not doing it. But see, then you got to worry, because, all right, if JD gets in 4 years, okay, so he could have 4 years or 8 years, depending on, how many brainwashed a-holes are out there from the mainstream media that's obviously hasn't learned anything. So if we have 12 years of this, that's enough time to actually change the system. But the minute they get back in, they're going to do it all over again. You're going to have forced mandates for vaccines. You're going to have shutdowns, lockdowns. You're going to have all the crap. They're going to be the government, again, in a fascist move, is going to be forcing censorship throughout all the social media companies. They're going to start putting all the trans stuff back, and they just don't care. I think it's because they get all their money from the elitists that want to push all this crap. But who the hell knows? But they will literally turn it all around again. They just will. Which is why I think Trump, for a lot of these reforms that he's doing, I think he should go to Congress and say, make it a law. Because then it's harder to get rid of than an executive order. So Let's see what else there is. Jimmy's like, "Are you going on?" I said, "I am on." Because I told him earlier I might not be able to do the stream tonight because I couldn't find, like I said, I couldn't find anybody that said, "Yeah, you can play it." So I'm just going to play a couple that I didn't ask. And we'll see where it goes from there. All right. Let's see what we got. Yeah, Jimmy will be here any second then. Flip script on Senate Dems pushing identical talking points against Trump. Like robots. Yeah, guys, here's another one. They have no idea what they're doing, these people. Let's push this one. So it is. Conservatives flip the script on Senate Dems pushing identical talking points against Trump. Like robots. Remember we played it? They said, shit, that ain't true. That ain't true social media campaign. Yeah, shit, that ain't true. They're all saying it too. Shit, that's like, it's so phony. It's like, remember when Elizabeth Warren put that video out and she goes, I think I'll have a beer. She gets up and goes over and gets a beer and comes back. She doesn't know how to drink it. Remember that shit? Well, that's what this was. Shit, that ain't true. Like they thought that everybody's like, they probably had a meeting. We got to get down to the middle class voter. We got to remind them why we're better than them. But don't tell them that because they won't like it. That's what we found out. So let's just say, shit, that ain't true. Yeah, because they all talk like that, right? Conservatives on social media slammed Senate Democrats for posting videos with identical scripts ahead of President Trump's joint address to Congress Tuesday night. Mashups of the identical videos, which included Cory Booker, right, leading the shit that ain't true social media. Yeah, he was ahead of everybody, and then he came back and he slowed it down. Many conservatives on social media, including Musk, are asking, who's writing the words that the puppets speak? That's the real question. Warren, Chuck U. Schumer, and Cory. Key and Peele. Doesn't he look like the guy from Key and Peele? Cory Booker. The video begins with he said he said he'd bring prices down on day one. Yeah, you flipping moron. You really think that that's what he meant? He meant on day one, we're going to start working on bringing prices down. That's what he said. But it's going to take a while because a lot of people don't understand all the shit that you had to make under high inflation. Okay, food, anything you can need to buy that was manufactured during that time. Well, you can't just if inflation goes from 8% to 3%, you really have 11% for the administration. Okay, for that quarter, you have 11% because it's cumulative. I said that word correctly. And you don't have 3%, but they tried to fool you. It's only 3%. It says 3%. Yeah, but it's cumulative. So you have 11%. Well, when you have 11% inflation and you're making, let's just say, a widget, and you put that widget in Walmart where we all shop, right? So according to them. So if it goes down to 3%, then they think, well, why is this widget so expensive? It's 3% inflation. Because, dumbass, it was manufactured at the higher inflation rate and they had to pay. They'll lose money, right, if they sell it at the lower rate. So just pull your head out of your ass. Shit, that ain't true. He wrote, who was this talking? Since the day of Donald Trump's presidency, prices are up, not down. Inflation is getting worse, not better. Prices of groceries, gas, housing, rent, eggs. I also heard that besides the little clicking tools that the Democrats are bringing tonight, that some of them are bringing eggs. Now, I don't know if they're just going to hold them up to say the price of eggs, right? I don't know if that's what they're doing or they're actually going to throw them. If they throw them at Trump, they should be arrested, right? I would love to see the Secret Service wrestle their asses to the ground. Wouldn't that be great to see members of Congress get wrestled to the ground because they're doing that shit? ESG Enterprise. Yeah. Yep. Democrats. Yeah. But there was going to be a blue wave, don't you know? ESG score. There's fuckery. Yeah. Food fight. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to read that anymore. Let's go to another one. Had some really good ones. Yeah, did you guys see this one? This is great. Hang on. I don't know if you saw it or not. But I reposted or I posted, I forget. It was that we all know Dan's above that, but still, that's Dan Bongino when he was protecting Hillary. Turnabout is fair play. How long has Dan been waiting for this? Because now he's going to be deputy FBI director. And you know what? If they can go after her, I think they will, guys. I think they will. If the statute hasn't run out, which it more than likely has, but Espionage Act, I don't know. So wouldn't that be something if they went after her for that? I know that Kash Patel just started an investigation into Comey because he said that he lied. Well, there was two reasons. The one was bullshit, but the other one that I want him to go after him for was, and I think that's what he's going to move his way up. He's worried to witness history with us. That I do want to do. So I think they're eventually going to go after him for signing 4 of those FISA warrants, which each one is a felony, but they're higher level felonies because he lied to a judge and they lied to a court and they lied to the Department of Justice, the FBI guys, because they said, yeah, we have evidence. And you know what? The judges, they're so used to it that when the director of the FBI comes in for that hearing, they don't even look at it out of deference to so they just go, yeah, okay, I'll sign it. Tell me what's in it. You got it. They don't even read it, which is wrong, but that's what I heard they did. And that's how they got away with it. But I can't remember what the other thing is that they said he did. Oh, yeah, because he got those 2 female agents to act like tarts, and they wanted to get hired by the Trump team, and they got hired, and they got into it, and they wanted to do things to make them look bad, like maybe flirt with them or so. It was like a whole honeypot thing. And he lied to Congress saying that he didn't do it, but he did. So, heard he overturned all the statutes. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Let's see what we got here. Let's go. Fetterman just dug his own grave. Will MAGA finally wake up this moderate fraud? Yeah, for a little while there, he sounded like he was going to be okay, like he was rational. But then he didn't vote for Kash Patel or Hegseth. I wrote to him. I said, well, what happened to Donald Trump was a duly elected president, had the right to have who he wants in his cabinet? Believe it or not, some MAGA actually think Senator John Fetterman has been red-pilled. No. What does that mean? In case it fallen in fake moderate act and are convinced that he's seen the light? No, he hasn't. Pigs will fly when that happens, before that happens. Just look at Fetterman's latest move, doubling down on his love for all things radical. Douglas Mackey, the young man railroaded by Biden's lawfare machine, took to X to call out Fetterman's latest uber progressive stunt. The Pennsylvania senator actually voted to block protections for women and girls in sports. Wow. And if anyone, it's because he's being told what to do and he's following, otherwise they'll take him off the committees. If anyone understands how the radical regime operates, it's Mackey. After all, he was tried and convicted for the so-called crime of sharing an anti-Hillary meme back in 2016. I think it was where he said, Democrats, you can vote by phone. Call this number. Then I think also on it was that election day is like, if it was November 5th, election day is November 6th. Don't forget to vote. But and they literally charged him with a crime for that. Oh my God. So he wrote, breaking, Senator John Fetterman votes to block protection of women and girls in sports act. Bill to protect. Okay. Meanwhile, as the left turns their back on women, I know, weren't they the champions of women all these years? From feminist to feminazi, right? And now they can't even tell you what a woman is. President Trump is standing up for them, signing an executive order banning boys from competing in girls' sports. Yeah, I had that in my intro video that day. At this point, their spin isn't just dishonest; it's embarrassingly obvious. And this guy George, the hizzy tweets. If you don't know who he is, you're going to want to follow him, because the guy's like really on top of things. He gets, I don't know, he must have sources. Like I have some sources from DC that send me stuff, but not like this guy. He gets documents and everything to him, and he's conservative and he's really good. So we don't have to play that. And here we go.
Behind Dave McCormick, Democratic officials in at least one key county, Bucks County, voted to count about 115 provisional ballots that are missing a signature, despite the Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
We don't have to play that because we already covered that. That was where the woman said, nobody goes by the law, so we're not going to anyway. But he came out against that. All right. So everybody thought, and then he said, well, Trump was a duly elected president. He deserves the people he wants in his cabinet. And then he voted against two of the most crucial ones. But yeah, guys, it's a perfect story. I think Trump is going to, he's going to turn the stomachs of the Dems and the lib nuts tonight, because they can't call it the State of the Union because of legal reasons, because that is literally in the Constitution and the date for it. So they can't call it that. So he's just calling it the address to the joint session of Congress, but it's going to be like that. He's just telling them, here's where we are. And he's going to, that's the thing about Trump. The Democrats, when they have an agenda, they don't tell you what it really is. They tell you, oh, well, we're just going to make things better for the middle class. Okay, how are you going to do it? We're just going to make things better for the middle class. Okay, we heard that. How are you going to do it? But I said, we're just going to make things, and they never tell you. Trump comes out and tells you exactly what he's going to do. And then they say, oh, he's hiding things. He's not telling us what, but he does. He comes right out and says it. Like tonight, he's going to say a lot of things for reform. On the reform part of it, he's going to tell everybody, yeah, this is what we're doing. Fireside chats. Yeah. I wasn't old enough for that. But let's see, what else do we have? I have a few. Let's see. Yeah, we can go. Let's see what Gateway has. So a tariffs deal was going to be announced tomorrow with Canada and Mexico. That's what Lutnick is saying. He's the Commerce Secretary. So good. FBI bombshell, New York head. Yeah, the New York head was fired over the Epstein docs. And Jimmy and I got into it today. You hear, Jimmy? Jimmy and I got into it today, and it was over, Pam Bondi looks stupid. Yeah, but it wasn't her fault. It was the Southern District of New York, which is the most corrupt district out there, is the Southern District in New York. And, they were, that was where Preet Bharara came from. And he's the one that he was told that if he got by Clinton, or Obama, I'm sorry, that if he got Dinesh D'Souza like significant prison time, he would replace Eric Holder with him when Eric Holder left. And Bharara tried, but everybody said, because Trump fired him as soon as he got in. They're like, oh, he fired one of the best. No, the guy went along with lawfare. He went after Dinesh D'Souza for nothing. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Good to see you, man. So, anyway, so the people at Southern District, New York, sent the folder over and told Bondi, yeah, this is everything. And people think that she was like chomping at the bit, trying to see it. No, she had other more important things to do. But, yeah, I agree with Jimmy on this. I would have never divvied them out and handed them all the social media and they're holding them up and all that. I wouldn't have done that. I would have said, you know what? We were lied to. We will get it to you. Sorry. But we fucked up. We believed our own people. And so that guy is fired now. And so I'm going to read that story. FBI bombshell. New York head fired over hidden Epstein docs. Welcome to the Gateway Pundits Weekend. I don't want to read that shit. All right. So Oxford Club. What the hell are we doing here? You wonder what happened to the legendary Chuck Norris? Why is there no story? Holy crap. I probably have to click. Oh, well. Maybe it's here.
Our top story today from the gatewaypundit.com. New York FBI field office head was forced out just days after his office was revealed to have been hiding thousands of Epstein documents from Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're covering this story and so much more here on the Gateway Pundits Week in Review. My name's Elijah Schaefer, and this is the Gateway Pundits Week in Review. We cover the top 5 stories of the last 24 hours. Before we jump into that, I'd like to introduce my co-host today. He's a frontline Australian protest reporter, goes by Chris Coveries, reporting on Australia's brutal COVID lockdowns, fighting the mainstream media's woke hypocrisy with uncut, uninterrupted live streams from Sydney's violent riots after the Islamist stabbing of Bishop Mari, as we all know, to the USAID protests lynching a mock President Trump outside the Capitol. He has captured the evidence to challenge false establishment narratives, and he joins me today. Chris, welcome to the gatewaypundit.com.
Thanks for having me, Elijah. Fired. That story should say not forced out, but fired. You're concealing documents. We've been through this several times before. In Australia, we'd be firing it. Why aren't we doing it here?
You know, I think as we talk about this, probably the main reason why we're not firing people is because this means behind closed doors, there was pressure put onto someone where they might have even resigned, but in shame. You know, everyone knows in college the walk of shame. This is the same kind of mentality, right? You did something naughty, and I think you should probably be in jail, but there was probably a deal made. Let's talk about it. New York FBI field office head was forced out just days after his office was revealed to have been hiding thousands of Epstein
you would think
documents.
they would lead him, but they
Cullen
can't because
Weinbarger
they could get
reports.
caught doing that.
Here's the full story.
They can really get caught.
There's been a
doing
significant shakeup within the FBI as one of its top officials has been forced out. NBC News reported Monday that James Dennehy, the head of FBI's New York office, threw in the towel just days after his office was revealed to have been hiding thousands of Epstein documents. Quote, late Friday, I was informed that I needed to put my retirement papers in today, which I just did. Dennehy wrote in an email obtained by NBC. I was not given a reason for this decision. Now, two sources confirmed to NBC that Dennehy was given the choice between getting fired or resigning. He chose the latter. Chris, that's kind of what you bring up here. Obviously, he called it retirement. Why did they give him a
chance to resign?
I mean, like maybe if you're getting a divorce and your wife kicks you out, you can call you're going on a planned vacation, right? You can rename this stuff. But this guy did something criminal, and he's trying to protect pedophiles. What gives?
Yeah. Arrested, indicted. These are the other options. Why is this even an option that you get to resign with your head in shame?
Exactly.
I don't know what is going on with this. You have a new leadership in charge here. Things should be changing. This shouldn't be a continuation of the old guard where you can just take your leave with a golden paycheck. I bet he gets a paycheck.
No, I don't think he will.
For years to come.
Yeah, a pension to some extent.
No,
because he's talking about it being retirement, right? So this is kind of like an early retirement. I do like this guy. You know, this guy was obviously married for a long time, because when you start, being married, you talk to a woman for a long time, a wife, you get kind of tricky with the way you word things. It's like, I didn't lie, I just didn't tell you everything, kind of thing. But with our government, we should demand more transparency, right? We need to be asking our government. I think we need to put pressure on Pam Bondi and on Kash Patel, the FBI director, and saying, hey, if somebody is found to have been involved in high levels of systemic corruption, because this is not just like I forgot to click the box on a USAID form and didn't categorize where the payment went, that you could kind of...
Lou, I would say it's funny how they can find all these J6 people all around the country from video, but they can't find the bomber.
Probably pass off as oops, I skipped a step. This is concealment of universal documents that are involving global leaders. This is an international correlation and an international, as they would say, possible Mossad CIA operation.
Yeah, this is
an intelligence issue. And the fact that an intelligence agency is covering for another intelligence agency of another country makes you wonder what really is going on here.
You can support Trump, you can support the Republicans, you can want the man that you have there in the White House as it is, but you can also expect better than what you're currently getting than this. And that includes Pam Bondi, and that includes Kash Patel, he hasn't been there long, but you can still expect better of this. It's not friendly fire to point to these people that you want in there and say, do better.
I agree with that. As we talk about this, guys, something really important I want to mention. We're all getting a lot older, and you may know somebody.
No commercials. Sorry. We're done. Let's find another one we can do. What would a stream be without AOC? Right? So AOC claims Elon Musk is not a scientist or an engineer. Insists he is just a con man with a lot of money. She's the one who went on TV and did an interview when she was first elected and said the reason why Donald Trump, his unemployment is so low is because many Americans have to take 2 jobs. So I literally tweeted to her, you should go back to Boston U and demand a refund for your economics degree because you're an idiot. Because it's not, the unemployment rate is not on the number of jobs. It's on people who aren't employed, right? Far left represent. I love how they write far left because they're always far right Republican. Far left Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Nina Pinta Santa Maria Cortez once again questioned Elon Musk's intellectual credentials. See, that's the thing with the libnuts. It's all like they have to have intellectual bona fides, right? And they think that you could be. See, you could be a really smart, stupid person. Bongino talks about this all the time. You got really smart people, but they're stupid. They're actually stupid. So, and that's what she loves. New York Congresswoman made the remarks during a committee hearing on Monday as Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, continues to expose fraud and waste across the government. You have to wonder, okay, how are the Democrats thinking that going against the guy, I don't care who he is, I don't care if Trump did it, going against the guy who is pointing out legitimate fraud, waste, and abuse is a bad person? How does that work in their brain? How does that work? I think it's because they got nothing else to say. They got nothing, right? AOC ranted, Doge did not exist 2 years ago. 19-year-olds were not raiding the Treasury 2 years ago. They're not raiding. They're just going in, writing algorithms to find all the shit that you Democrats stole for your NGOs. People who have no idea with medical background have not been hauling in and creating kangaroo courts for scientists to dismiss them 2 years ago. That started happening now. So what? Elon Musk is not a scientist. He is not an engineer. He is a billionaire con man with a lot of money. He does not have this kind of good background. And you do, Miss Bartender? In fact, there is some disruption over that. I sincerely ask you all to examine what expertise he has in approving medical devices, in biomedical engineering devices. Well, what do you have in approving it? What do you have, AOC, in your intellectual background to question Elon Musk, who has created more jobs than you ever could dream of? And if you think that he is an expert in that, I've got a bridge to nowhere to sell you. It's funny she said that because the bridge to nowhere was a Democrat thing. While it is true that Musk is not a formally trained engineer, he has a degree in physics from the University of Pennsylvania. So he is a scientist. This, by definition, makes him a scientist. She just never. Oh, we got to hear her.
Doge did not exist 2 years ago. 19-year-olds were not raiding the Treasury
Look at her.
2 years ago. People who have no idea with medical background have not been hauling in and creating kangaroo courts for scientists to dismiss them 2 years ago. That started happening now. Elon Musk is not a scientist. He is not an engineer. He is a billionaire con man with a lot of money. He does not have this kind of good background.
You know, he would normally reply to her in a tweet with a poop emoji.
And in fact, while there's some disruption over that, I sincerely ask you all to examine what expertise he has in approving medical devices, in biomedical engineering.
He doesn't, and he's not trying to approve medical devices, you dipshit you. What he's doing is he's saying the Congress appropriated this much money and they spent this much. Where's the rest of the money? That's what he's saying. He's not saying you people that are checking the devices, the medical devices, and what he's saying is that there's way too many people here that are doing nothing for their work. That's what he's saying. But she's making it look like he's personally going after people when he's not. 1 hour, people. Let's see. Degree in physics. Yeah. I mean, she always puts her foot in her mouth. Like he's not a scientist. Well, technically he is. Crazy. Ice raid leaks persist despite DHS. Yeah, you're never going to get rid of the ice raid leaks. Let's see. Trump is considering free date. Oh, yeah. Check that out. Free trade deal with Argentina he's doing now. BlackRock is going to purchase the Panama Canal. What? That's crazy. Trump should then investigate BlackRock. IRS could fire up to half of its 90,000 Here, let me put this up so you guys can see this. Liberty Daily. Dealing with measles, 1969 versus today. Let's watch that. Share this tab instead. It's going to have.
What are you doing off from
commercials.
school?
Oh, it
They
did.
sent me home. Measles. It's either measles or a strange case of red freckles. You have got a temperature. They told me 101.1. What's the record? Never mind.
Oh, are you sure it's the measles?
Well, he certainly got all the symptoms. A slight temperature, a lot of dots, and a great big smile.
A great big smile.
No school for a few days.
Say hello to my dotted son for me. Tell him I'll bring him some comic books and I'll see you later, dear.
Okay, honey, bye.
We all got it.
Boy, this is the life, isn't it?
Yeah, if you have to get sick, sure can't beat the measles.
That's right.
No medicine.
Inside or out. Like shots, I mean.
Don't even mention shots. Yes!
Dad says I should go to school.
7 students confirmed with measles, 4 others possible.
Wow, they had to have been vaccinated.
These moms never vaccinated their kids and lied about it. Vaccines are harmful. You are endangering the health of every child in this city. Live. No, it's true. Live. Call 911.
But you know what this means? They told Hollywood, we want to do another shutdown. That's what they told Hollywood, and Hollywood gave it to them. Unbelievable. Hey, Paco, what's up, man? Good to see you. Let's see. Ah, okay. So that's going there. All right. Let's see. All right. So the one link, they already started, but I'm not going to go in yet. Yeah, we used to treat measles. Yeah, comic books. Yeah, exactly. What would happen is when I was a kid and one of the kids got chicken pox, they'd be like, all right, we're going to go over to Tommy's house now and hang out. Everybody else is, so they'd all get it. So they wouldn't get it as an adult. That's what. Can you imagine today doing that? You'd be up on charges. They'd be telling your ass, no way. You can't do that. You put your child at risk. We have a vaccine for that. And we're going to shut you down if you don't give it to your kid. That's what they're doing, right? Ramadan. What's up, Billy? How you doing? What else can we go over before this? Let's see. What else is there? Catherine Herridge. Yeah, she's getting a bunch of shit. Let's see. This week in the U.S. Department of Review, alleged misconduct, HHS Biden. Yeah. They haven't even figured out all the crap that the Biden people deleted and whatnot at the last minute. They haven't even gotten to that yet. They're trying to fix all the real shit that they're doing. Libs of TikTok. What does she say? She says, wow, 1119 SEIU. Your healthcare unit involved. Oh, wow. Oh, crazy shit. Ben Shapiro just laid out the case for Trump to pardon Derek Chauvin. Oh, we have to read this one. Let me see. Is it a video or? All right, here we go. This we're going.
If we are issuing pardons,
I don't like
however,
him, but
there is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should pardon him his federal charges. If we are talking about reversing the evils of the last several years in American life, obviously COVID and its handling was a massive evil.
Yeah.
Destroyed the economy, set us on a path to fiscal insanity, destroyed children.
All to get rid of Trump.
Led to massive health-related cover-ups. Just horrifying all the way around. And President Trump has taken on a lot of those things. But when it came to BLM, the inciting event for the BLM riots that caused $2 billion in property damage in the United States and set America's race relations on their worst footing in my lifetime, was in fact the railroading of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd.
Yep.
The evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not in fact commit murder of George Floyd.
Right.
George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. George Floyd was saying he could not breathe before he was even out of the car. He was in the car saying he could not breathe. Derek Chauvin, for large segments of even the tape that was shown had his knee on George Floyd's shoulder or back, not on his neck.
Right.
The autopsy of George Floyd showed that he had no damage to his trachea.
Yep.
That probably George Floyd died of excited delirium. There were no accusations, even at trial, that Derek Chauvin had committed a hate crime against George Floyd or that he targeted George Floyd because of his race. Nonetheless, on the basis of extraordinarily scanty evidence, and despite the fact that there was massive pressure on the jury.
Yeah.
That the mayor,
we, the jury, find the defendant. Please don't kill us.
Mayor of Minneapolis paid a settlement to the George Floyd family immediately.
Yep.
That the president of the United States suggested that Derek Chauvin was guilty right off the bat. That the jurors were being openly threatened and admitted as much. Despite all of that, Derek Chauvin was convicted on federal charges and pled guilty to federal charges. Derek Chauvin should, in fact, be pardoned on that. We will be covering that a lot more.
Can you guys imagine if that happened? If Trump pardoned him, can you imagine what the left would do on the streets? And I don't think, I said it earlier, I don't think it would be as bad as you would think. It would be bad in many cities, many blue cities, but a lot of black and Hispanics have, I'm not saying they fell in love with the Republican Party, but they do like Donald Trump a lot. And they trust him because they switched over and they started voting for him. But they would be the ones, and he had to have enough of them to win, right? But they would be the ones that would how do I say this? They would create the wave of, no, we're not going to get crazy over this because it's true. And that the left in media and the Democratic Party and the White House, they lied to us and said that Chauvin killed St. George Floyd. So I don't think it would be as bad as it normally would be if Trump did that. But wouldn't he have balls to do that? And Chauvin should be. I saw a video that during the trial that the defense team played, and it was from the other side. It was coming up along the cruiser and towards Chauvin's back, and they went around like this, and he looked at him, right? And it went around like this, and his knee was on his shoulder. It was not on his neck. All right. And he had it there a while. But then when it flipped back over to the angle that we all saw, it looked like it was on his neck, but it wasn't.
In coming weeks, because I think it is worthwhile to remember that there is a man who is rotting in prison because the media decided in the middle of 2020 that they were going to turn a tragic law enforcement stop that ended with the death of a man who had a significant problem with drugs and pre-existing health problems into the raison d'etre of the entire 2020 election. And it led to vast chaos. It led to, again, the destruction of racial comedy in the United States, $2 billion in property damage, and a guy rotting in prison who the evidence demonstrates certainly was not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in that case. If we're going to talk about delivering pardons, President Trump, I think, should really seriously consider pardoning on federal charges. He can't pardon on state charges. Derek Chauvin, who is convicted of the murder of George Floyd. As I say, we will be covering this pretty extensively in the coming weeks. Right?
Yeah, whatever. Never Trump. Ben. Let's see what else. Someone drops a truth bomb. Ooh, we can't play that, but there's one where Candace Owens drops truth bombs about mRNA jabs in Japan. But we can't play that one because we're like a POW here. Polio was 98% eradicated before the vaccine was ever invented, beginning the biggest medical farce in history. Can you believe that? And now we have like measles coming back, and we wiped out measles, right? Nobody's saying, well, gosh, could it be those 11 to 20 million paupers from third world countries that never defeated measles? Could it be that? Could that be why we have measles here? So hundreds of federal properties, including, you gotta love this one. Okay. This is going to be good. Here you go. Winning, Trump administration proposes selling 443 federal properties across 47 states, D.C. and Puerto Rico, including DOJ and FBI headquarters, Nancy Pelosi and Dick Cheney buildings. That would be best. They should put Liz Cheney in the building as they demolish it. President Donald Trump is proving once again why he's the king of slashing government waste and draining the swamp. In a blockbuster report from Bloomberg, the Trump administration has unveiled plans to unload a massive portfolio of 443 federal properties. Do you know that the Constitution does not say that the federal government's allowed to own land? Do you know that? We can assume that since they said we're allowed to, we're not allowed to have we can have a navy, but not an army, a standing army. It's not there. The power is for a navy. So we could argue, okay, so if you have a navy, then you can have a building to store naval shit, to train, sailors and whatever, and the YMCA guys. But he's getting rid of all these properties, which he should have done. Sometime, if you haven't already, look at a map and go to Google and say, how much land does the federal government own across the country? And on the right side, on the East Coast, you see a couple here, a couple there, and as the further you get over, it's like, geez, they took everything because they just got into that mode of just I forget how they did it, but members of Congress did it. They put in calls themselves on behalf of the government to take, because they used to say, well, if you run out there, they literally would run out there and you claimed the land and you had the title in your hand and you could just sign it and pay the money. You had that land. But the federal government started doing it, and then they put these clauses in that said if you can't do if you're buying the land, you can't do something within a certain date, then the federal government takes it over. And so anyway, so he's doing 443 properties across 47 states, D.C., Puerto Rico, properties bloated with bureaucracy, including the headquarters of the DOJ, FBI, and even General Services Administration. Can you believe they're getting rid of the headquarters of the DOJ and the FBI? You got to love it. The GSA disclosed a list of 443 non-core assets encompassing a mix of prime commercial spaces that currently serve as regional hubs for various federal agencies. Wow, they wrote, we're identifying buildings and facilities that are not core to government operations. In other words, it's a frickin' jobs program or non-core properties for disposal. Selling ensures that taxpayer dollars are no longer spent on vacant and underutilized federal space. Exactly, because we read like a few weeks ago that it was like 82% of federal employees come in 1 day a month, and the rest they work from home. 1 day a month. Let's see, what is it? We applaud Rich. You nor Dr. Jade have interrupted each other. I know, it's been great. She's quiet. I know. And she's not here for me to interrupt. I kind of miss that. She might be watching, so I don't want to say anything bad. Yeah, because we all love Dr. Jade. So what else? So we got 50 minutes, 48 minutes, guys. AI and crypto. Oh, geez. 8 consecutive record weeks. Gold says. Shapiro, JD Vance says European leaders are betraying pretty much everyone. So we're going to watch this one. Let's bring it up. Okay.
Have you been thinking about trying GLP-1 medications for weight loss, but haven't taken the first step yet?
Introducing the Ungun, the non-lethal
Premium plan for
platform.
Rumble yet.
Lightweight and simple to use. It uses an.
I would argue the president was right in saying they have no cards.
Yeah. Well, Sean, I think our European friends, frankly, are being really, they're doing a disservice to the Ukrainians because their own populations are saying, we're not going to fund this war indefinitely. Right. The American people are saying, we don't want to fund the war indefinitely. So the only thing that is in the best interest of America, of Russia, of Ukraine, and of Europe is to bring this thing to a close. What happens, Sean, is you have Zelensky. He goes to Europe, and a lot of our European friends puff him up. They say, you're a freedom fighter. You need to keep fighting forever. Well, fighting forever with what? With whose money, with whose ammunition, and with whose lives? The president is actually taking a much more realistic perspective and saying, this can't go on forever. We can't fund this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't fight forever. So let's bring this thing to a peaceful settlement.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. Well, that's nuts. Yeah, it's all about the money. Free trade deal, yeah. It is always about the money with these people. Our money. Let's see if we got important update. Pokemon-shaped Cheeto sells for jaw-dropping $87,000. Wow. Stephen A. Smith. Oh, yeah. This is good, too. Stephen Smith tells off, let me see, get it in there. He tells off Joy Behar. Joy, the most misnamed woman on TV.
He's only been in office for 6 weeks. Seems like 6 years, doesn't it? And he's been going around with his cronies touting his so-called landslide and blowout win. But he won the popular vote by 1.5%, one of the smallest
Now, if a Democrat won by 1 point, well, they won the popular vote, so get out of my face.
ever. And he won the general election by less than 50%. So what kind of mandate is this really?
Well, it is a mandate, and I'm going to explain why. And I don't mind the question, but let me be very clear. I'm no supporter of Trump. I'm a supporter of truth and the facts. And here's the facts. The man won every swing state. He increased in terms of his voter turnout in his favor from the standpoint of blacks, Latinos, and young voters. He increased his numbers in that regard from 2020. 89% of the counties shifted to the right. That's a mandate. We can sit up there and play around all we want to. In 2020, Trump didn't win the popular vote. He didn't win the electoral college vote. A matter of fact, the Republicans hadn't won the popular vote, if I remember correctly, since 2004. But they did this year. So 20 years after they last won the popular vote, they won the popular vote. They won the electoral college vote. The man won every swing state. And on top of it, 89% of the counties shifted against. I don't understand how people can look at that and say, there's no mandate. There's a mandate.
Well, it's a different definition of a mandate, I guess.
But
oh my God, can you?
The problem is that if you're the Democratic Party and you lost 49.8% to 48.3%, and you're looking at that 1.5% dip, that's an excuse for you to say what we did really wasn't that bad.
Some people didn't
we should continue to do that. No.
Exactly. They didn't learn from their mistakes, and that's why they're trying to diss Trump. He didn't have a mandate. You heard Smith. And he got it right. Calling car. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we have the Populist Times. Excuse me. Cancel that. Oh, come on. How much time we got? A little more than a half hour. Let me see. Looks like right. Yeah, Joy reads. Yeah, I don't know. You know, they normally say, "All right, we're gonna take away your show, but you can come back as a pundit." I don't think they're doing that with her. I don't think they are. They just want to get rid of her. So, what's she going to do? A podcast? How many people are going to watch her podcast? It's like 10% of the 33% of Democrats would watch her podcast. So she's not going to make jack shit. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. The drama with the Obamas. Barry shacks up with his vulture capitalist buddy at an $18 million Hawaii compound. There we go. Barack Hussein Milhouse Benito Obama has never been a man of the people. No, he wasn't. He's a man of the elites. Exactly. Always has been, always will be. And if you need proof, just look at his friends list. Especially when it comes to his cushy setup in Hawaii. Turns out the Obamas are living the high life in an $18 million beachfront compound. So much for those rising seas, huh? Yeah, what about Martha's Vineyard, where he bought it right on the ocean, too? Which they just so happened to share with a private equity kingpin named Marty Nesbitt, who got rich off the Pritzker business empire in Chicago. Here's the setup, thanks to the aerial. Look at that. One of the most corrupt presidents we ever had. Adding another layer to the mystery, reports claim Michelle has been in Hawaii since around January 9. But where exactly? Nobody knows. The Obama's luxury estate wasn't even cleared for occupancy at that time. So where was she staying? Inquiring minds want to know. But here we go. It turns out $18 million beachfront compound sits Waimanalo Beach, which overlooks a historic named Panhonu. I have no idea. Not even going to try. It's a sacred. Sorry, I keep coughing. I had sacred Hawaiian fish pond that native chieftains used to raise turtles. Let's just say the locals are less than thrilled about this. Now that the Obamas are settling in their sprawling Hawaiian beachfront retreat, the real question is, will they be enjoying paradise together, or are those rumors about to get very real? Divorce whispers are everywhere. And where there's smoke, there's usually some kind of fire. Does anybody believe that Jennifer Aniston was hooking up with Barack? So let's see. And just to make things more interesting, Barry's wealthy friend, young friend, has entered the picture. What, if anything, does that add to the story? Who's this guy? He's an American businessman and public. I never heard of him. Nesbitt, isn't that a cookie? Nesbitt is co-CEO of the Vistria Group, a Chicago-based private equity firm. Nesbitt is on the boards of directors of publicly traded companies, Centerpoint Energy, Norfolk Southern. Who cares? Who cares? I thought this was going to be a story about the Obamas painfully getting divorced. I'm sorry, fellas. I let you down. Only if Jennifer has a penis. There you go. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I hope they work it out like men. Let's see. I've got this latest book on Jonathan Bowden. See, no, Nesbitt was a guitar. That was Nesmith. Yeah, that was Nesmith. His family, he was rich because his family invented whiteout. Let me make sure. Is it Nesbitt? Nesbitt. Monkeys. Nesmith. Yeah, Nesmith. Nesmi, like Nesmith. Yeah. And he didn't really play guitar until like later on in the show, because that's why when they would play, they would do videos before videos were videos, before MTV. And sometimes they go away and then they go back on him and he's playing a broom. That was his way. I heard in an interview. That was his way of saying, I don't play guitar. I'm faking it. Let's see what's here. What can we do? Lucianne has good stories all the time. Well, let's see. We'll go back on an Epstein story. It should be good because, like I said, Lucianne, she put it up. So, Bondi reveals FBI delivered truckload of Jeffrey Epstein files. Meanwhile, top Bureau official resigns. We went through that video, but 2 FBI stories broke Monday, and they very well may be connected. First, the New York field office's top agent, James Dennehy, resigned, claiming that he had been told he'd be fired if he didn't. Second, Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that the Bureau had dropped off a truckload of Jeffrey Epstein files after she set a hard deadline for their turnover. Coincidence? As we reported, this is Red State, as we reported, Bondi had promised to deliver the potential bombshell files, which she did, to select independent conservative media. She shouldn't have done it Thursday, but things didn't necessarily go as planned. The files were heavily redacted. Well, they were redacted because of the victims and contained mostly information that had been made public previously. On that same Thursday, Bondi was notified by a whistleblower that the FBI had not, in fact, turned over all of the documents as they had promised. So she ordered Director Kash Patel to deliver them post-haste. On Monday evening, she announced that on Sean Hannity's news show that she finally has them. All right. So she said that was a truckload. All right, we got that. But let's see.
We all did. And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept, Southern District of New York, shock.
Yep.
So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course. And Cash is going to, Director Patel is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay, I want to be clear because I think people got frustrated because they were expecting more. You were expecting more, and you didn't find out less than 24 hours before the release. You got a whistleblower that confirmed that there were way more documents that they were supposed to turn over, and then you found out just before that.
Well, sure. And you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. Cash is going to get me and himself really a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein, because there are a lot of victims.
Well, you had identified in phase one over 254. Okay. Now, is that the only thing that would be redacted? Will everything else be made public that you get in your possession?
Yeah, the FBI hasn't had, obviously, they haven't looked at the thousands of pages of documents that they've just received Friday.
Yeah.
But Cash has a team going through them, and it's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know. But the Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them. And why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that. You know, sadly, these people don't believe in transparency, but I think more, unfortunately, I think a lot of them don't believe in honesty. And it's a new day, it's a new administration, and everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
And that goes the same with the JFK files,
JFK,
RFK files,
Martin
MLK.
Luther King. Yep, absolutely.
What are the things that, and maybe some people don't understand the need to redact. In the case of a victim, that should be pretty obvious to people. What are the other things that maybe you would have to redact?
Well,
national security?
No, of course, national security, some grand jury information, which is always going to be confidential, but we'll see. Let's look through them as fast as we can, get it out to the American people, because the American people have a right to know, not only on that, but on Kennedy, on Martin Luther King, on all of these cases that the Biden administration has just sat on for all these years.
Yep.
So yeah, it's really, it's not
What does that tell you? Because Democrats were involved in it all.
sad. It's infuriating that these people thought that they could sit on this information, but they can't. It's a new day, and we believe in transparency, and it's going to come out. And when we redact things, Sean, what we're going to do is not just pull pages out like they used to do. If something's redacted, you will know the line, and you will know why it's redacted. A victim's name, identifying information of a victim.
All right, so let's put the canary in the coal mine, if you will. We're going to go to one of the streams.
She questioned whether Pete Hegseth was the right person to run the Defense Department, and just got sort of overwhelmed by reaction to Trump's allies, both inside that building and outside it, and quickly got in line.
And outside the White House, there is some activity. It looks like the Trumps will be coming out to the limousine shortly.
Good, Lou.
And obviously, we will bring you that. And if the president speaks to the press while he's there, we will certainly listen in on that. There's one third location we want to show you. This is live from Statuary Hall. This is where all the reporters gather and where everybody will march through as they get ready to come into the House chamber. We expect the House lights to come on.
All right. That was a little preview. I'm going to keep it running so we're up to date. All right. Yeah, I got to be careful. Rich, have you ever tried taking Ivor for your allergy? Well, ivermectin, you mean? For your allergies? Or use it at all during the whole... Yeah, I did. Actually, I caught Delta, right? Which was like the worst of them all. And I caught it. And what happened was, it's an interesting story, but what happened was prior to that, I had the flu. And I got tested. I got tested for COVID and I got tested for the flu. And they're like, no, you got the flu. You don't have COVID. Like, okay, fine. So, drink plenty of water, get sleep, eat, all that bullshit, right? So I did. And then it lasted for like 10 days, right? And then about 3 days after I felt better, the 10 days, I started feeling like crap again. And I'm like, it came back. Oh, God, no. And so I just went back to doing all the things that you do, right? And so by day 4, I woke up and I'm like, this is not the flu. And so I took a COVID test and it's like positive. So I'm like, crap. And so I thought I was going to die. I really thought I was going to die. It was that bad. It was, I've never been that sick in my life. Remember, it was the Delta variant. So that was one of the rough, I think it was the roughest one. It was the second one. But anyway, so what I did is we had like 1,000 ivermectins on hand, right? So I just started taking them. And you have to take them according to your weight. And you only take 1 dose a day. And so I took the first dose. It still felt like shit for 24 hours. The next day I took the second dose. 6 hours after the second dose, all my symptoms went away. All of them, just gone. But the problem is that I waited so long because I thought I had the flu again, right? So I waited so long to do the ivermectin and get up and walk around and all that. I caught the viral pneumonia. So for about 6 days, I couldn't breathe and I refused to go to a hospital because they would have put my ass on a ventilator and that's the end, right? So I finally called my doctor and she was all pissed at me. I've been going to her for 24 years and she's really cool. She's a great diagnostician, but she was pissed at me for not calling her sooner. And I'm like, I thought it was the flu, And so she had said, well, the hospital system up here, they have every day, they have monoclonal antibodies. So I'm going to try to get you on the list. She goes, but you're at day 10 now. And they said that you couldn't get it after 10 days of having it, that you just have to live with it and hopefully you don't die. So I'm like, great. That's a good pep talk, right? So she calls me back and says, no, sorry, they're full up. And so what happens is I just say, you know what? I'm not giving up. So I just did a Google. I went to Dr. Google and said, monoclonal antibodies, Pennsylvania, and I gave my area, it was Lansdowne at the time. And so they came up and said, yeah, here's a list. So I called this one that was down probably like, hey, what's up, Colin? What's up, man? Good to see you, bro. And so I go down, like I call and they say, doctor's office, whatever. And I go, yeah, hi, you guys doing monoclonal antibodies? And she goes, yes, we are. And I said, good. I said, I got some questions. She goes, yeah, what do you want? I said, well, should I talk to the doctor? She goes, this is the doctor. I said, you answer your own phone? And she goes, we're the only ones in the area doing She was really cool, though. We're the only ones in the area doing monoclonal antibodies treatments. She said, and all of my staff are busy with those people. And I said, okay, could I make an appointment? She goes, sure. And I was like, when can I come? She goes, how about right now? And I went, are you serious? She goes, yeah. Oh, cool. And I went, how much? She said, $499. And I said, okay, I was willing. And she said, but I'm going to give you a sheet that will give every single thing you need to give to your insurance company, and they're going to pay you back. I went, oh, okay. Well, my insurance company never paid me back. And I went through like 6 months of every month calling them. So what now? Because they came up with excuse after excuse. But in the end, they admitted to me, one of the women that I'm talking to, she goes, yeah. She goes, you're right. And I'm not supposed to tell you that, but you are right. There's nothing you did wrong, and they're playing you. They don't want to give you the money. So anyway, so I go down there. She takes me right in. All of her lab rooms, whatever, the exam rooms, they're all taken. They're all filled. Everybody's getting it, right? So she takes me in and she goes, would you mind doing it in my office? And I'm like, yeah, all right, fine. So I go in her office and she sits me down in a regular office chair and she goes, I got to hang this IV. Do you mind if I hang it on the door rack? I'm like, I don't care. Just get the shit into me. So she said, it takes 15 minutes to get in, right? And she said, most of my patients feel better before they leave. It's that fast. I went, nice. That didn't happen to me, right? So I paid her. She does the drip. 15 minutes later, I'm leaving. And the next day I wake up, I still can't breathe. I'm like, uh-oh. Was that true? The 10-day thing? But I had asked her that, and she said, no, I have people that are in here for after 2 weeks, and it worked. And she said, I've never had a patient where it didn't work. She goes, so don't worry, it will. Because I called her 2 days later. I said, it's been 2 days. I still can't breathe. And she said, some people go 72 hours. Just hang in there. She said, it's just it. So on the 4th day, I woke up, got out of bed, put the old robe on, slippers, walked out, and I'm walking out in the living room, and I'm like, holy crap, I can breathe, son of a bitch. And it was like wow, like I didn't think I would ever breathe again because it was bad. It was really bad. So yes, I've taken ivermectin and I've taken the monoclonal antibodies, which were like wonderful. And they were working so well that Joe Biden banned them. He nationalized them like a good little socialist, and he banned them from going to Florida because Florida had such a good record of protecting their elderly, and they were using the monoclonal antibodies for that. And so Joe hated that because he wanted, I honestly think, I'm just going to say, guys, it's my opinion only. I think that administration wanted a lot of people to die with the way they were doing things. You think about it, when before there was a vaccine, which we all know didn't work, but before there was a vaccine, what happened was they were saying things like, well, you can't use ivermectin, you can't use hydroxychloroquine, right? Monoclonal Lewinsky. Yeah, it's funny. But they said you can't use these things, so you just die. I mean, think about that. So we had a president Trump, who caught it, and they used hydroxychloroquine with him, and it worked. It should have been it right there, but Joe said no. When he got in, no, we're not doing that. And then when the vaccine came out, they said the only way you're going to be able to prevent is through and they lied. And they knew they were lying when they lied, and they knew that we knew that they were lying when they lied, and they didn't care anyway. Let's see. No other reason than they wanted us all dead. Yes. I believe they wanted us dead for some, and you know, a lot of conspiracy theories went around, but you got to wonder, is that really a conspiracy? Because they were saying they were doing it. China had put it out there, right? We all knew that from the lab, and the Bidens got, what was it, $31 million from China for those utility deals, the electric and all that, right? They got $31 million from the Communist Chinese Party. Uh-oh. I think I just got blocked. Oh, no, I didn't. Damn, my system just froze for a second. I was like, did they kill my stream? Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Let me go up like this. Let me hit this. All right, so I think they're going to start calling people in soon. Let's see. Oh, yeah, VP's in. All right, we're going to start showing it.
Like Abigail Spanberger.
There's JD.
Left Congress and is now running for
Right,
governor,
former assistant defense secretary for the
yes.
Obama administration.
Right, Slotkin, and also a former CIA analyst. Spanberger, another former CIA officer,
running for governor now of Virginia.
Right, and Mikey Sherrill, who's a combat pilot, is also running for
governor of New Jersey.
Yep.
And she
All
has
Democrats.
Right, all Democrats, all women, all national security backgrounds.
Yeah, they're running out of conspiracy
They're
theories.
they're like a.
So these are the people coming in. I just want to hear, Mr.
They were part of
Speaker,
that big wave.
the President of the
Democrats
United
reclaimed the
States.
majority in 2018. And I think
Hey, buddy.
Democratic operators are looking for is more of the same if they can tap into.
I didn't hear that they became a scam. They were always known. Now, Right Side Broadcasting are the guys that were always known.
Angus King
are known for like not interfering with anything.
Behind,
right
behind him is Rand Paul walking in with the senator from Washington State, and
there's Adam Schiff for brains.
So it does look like they are doing the D and the R thing, like they have done in the past.
There's Waltz. He
So-
thinks
it is.
he's going to be.
I would love to see.
He thinks he's going to be the 2028 pick.
As you get down to the,
Good to see you
as you
too,
get down
man.
to the last bit, it's almost like being picked last for for a basketball game. Some people.
If we get yeeted, guys, you know why, and I'll come back.
Compatible.
Unless they give me a
and then,
strike.
Sometimes you get stuck with somebody who you can't imagine ever having to want to take a
Yeah.
photo with.
Yeah. You're like, please don't film me. I mean, it's interesting. We just saw Katie Britt, Senator Katie Britt of Alabama, go past, and she obviously gave the rebuttal last year, and that was, frankly, not a great moment for her. I think that people did not receive it well.
At some point, I'm going to make it
felt a
full
little bit
screen. I'm going
odd.
to get
Her
the hell out of here and
speaking,
just
the
watch
way that
with
she
you
was
guys.
speaking during it.
And if you could just
Get
hold
better.
that thought for 2 seconds, Jasmine Wright, let's listen to Speaker Johnson.
Here we go. Yeah, I have to do a couple formalities. That's it? Is it Supreme Court or who is it? Oh, it's JD. Okay. I love watching them come in. Oh, there's MTG. Love her. I love how there's Schumer. Doesn't he always look like he's having an evil orgasm? There's dickhead
And you
Durbin.
can see the 2 Senate leaders there, John Thune and Chuck Schumer just snuck by. Amy
That was
Klobuchar,
Byron Donalds right
Minnesota
there.
Democrat. J.D.
There he
Vance, the
is.
vice president, is in that mix. He's shaking people's
He's
hands
gonna
on
be
the
the
side.
next
John
governor of
Barrasso,
Florida.
who is in the leadership. For the Republicans, Dick Durbin, 80 years old, in the leadership.
Oh, he's
there, the
going
gentleman
to.
in the gray hair in the back and the blue shirt. He was just reelected in 2020, and so he will be up in 26 if he runs again.
Yeah.
And there's JD Vance. Jason, Dick, you have been covering the people on the aisle. What time do they get down there? And the late Sheila Jackson Lee was Democrat from
Tom
Texas.
Cotton's a rhino.
Famous for always being on the aisle, regardless
Everybody
of
thinks he's a
presidents. I'd love
conservative.
to
He's
see that
not.
collection of photos. But
Total
how
freaking
long
rhino.
does it take if you're going to get on the aisle here to greet the president and everybody else?
Sometimes they get there very early. Sometimes 4 or 5 hours or early as soon as the security sweep is over. It is a first come first serve.
Is that Nancy Mace?
Nerve wracking to be that, but they want to position themselves, and whether they're Democrats or Republicans, like they like those like corner
And there's
seats.
Nancy Mace in the white dress talking, a Republican of South Carolina, talking to JD.
Oh, there's the
Vance.
Wolfman too. See him?
Sometimes, I mean, it was a
Is it
little lonely.
Owens, or
some of
what's
the
his
other
name?
people who come to mind who have get there very early. Elliot Engel, former Democrat
Scott.
from New York. Cynthia McKinney, Democrat from Georgia. And you'd hear about
Is that
also
Obama?
just like
No.
small
Or-
little bits of bonding.
They kick his
Sometimes for
ass
people
out.
who wouldn't necessarily spend a lot of time together,
Ooh.
particularly Democrats and Republicans from different parts of the country and so forth. And it is it's one of those quirky kind of rituals that makes covering Congress a lot of fun to know about. These sort of things. We've got some old photos in the roll call archive of people bringing newspapers and just reading them all day long, waiting for the president and people to start filling in.
And you can see the Joint Chiefs had come in. There's Senator Scott behind JD Vance. Byron Donalds running for governor of Florida as a
Yep.
Republican. Big President Trump supporter.
He will run.
on the campaign.
Chip Roy
There's
is
Chip
not
Roy,
a real Trump
Republican of
supporter.
Texas, who has been a supporter.
Not a
and been,
never Trumper, but
sometimes
A little bit of an iconoclast, yes.
there we go. There we go. That's a nice way.
Former staffer for Ted Cruz.
Jasmine, right? You were talking about Senator Katie Britt last year. Up to that rebuttal, she was chosen because she was seen as a rising star and potential VP pick.
Yeah, she was seen as a rising star. She was seen as someone who had a great future ahead of her. I would argue that she is still really in the mix. She is one of the White House's most used senators, most talked to senators on the Hill. So, I think that these if these rebuttals go poorly,
It is.
Obviously it's some bad PR, but it doesn't
Normally,
completely derail your
I
entire
think she
career. But
lost her
certainly, I
seat,
think
or did she
after
die?
hers, there were a lot of
Lee,
questions about whether or
what
not
was her
she would
name?
be a good person.
Do you see a lot of
Barbara,
members? By
something
the way,
Barbara Lee.
we have been simulcasting on C-SPAN
Hawley.
and
I like
C-SPAN
Hawley.
2. Now we're going to say goodbye to our
You listen to
C-SPAN
Josh
2
Hawley, I
viewers,
think he is
and
liberal
that
hive
will be
mind.
completely
Sounds
sights
just
and
like him.
sounds. So if you want just sights and sounds,
There's Bernie.
stay with C-SPAN 2. If you want to continue listening to our program, we'd love to have you stay with us. Jasmine Wright of Notice, Jason Dick of Roll Call will be here along with Greta Brawner, of course. So I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
there.
you're
I want
okay.
to say goodbye.
Yeah, no, I think that they, people question whether or not she'd be a good person to be Trump's number 2, but still she has a very big role in the Senate, and is well
That is true,
utilized,
Colin.
I think, by the White House there.
See who's in the chamber there?
There
Or
he
up,
is.
Up in the gallery.
Mr.
I should
Doge.
say.
Yep.
That was Elon Musk,
Mhm.
who has now arrived, and we should be seeing
Gotta
Usha
love it.
Vance, Second Lady, and
I haven't heard
Melania
any
Trump
clicks yet.
shortly arriving in there as well.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that we are going to see a lot of Elon Musk throughout this speech as he sits next to Melania and next to
Oh, he's a guest.
second,
Okay.
lady up in the gallery.
Is
Particularly
that Tom
because-
Homan?
That is
Yeah,
Tom Homan.
Tom Homan.
Mhm.
Yeah, do you see him at the White House from time to time?
Yes, he gaggled twice with
Where is he?
reporters there. He often
there?
goes out to Pebble
Homan?
Beach along the cameras next to the White House that are typically out of the screen when they're doing things on the North Portico to go do TV hits with various different networks and comes and talks to the press. He is very press friendly and very open to talking
I like
about
Ted Cruz.
the latest numbers
Wow,
that they've
Nancy
been
Mace
that
touched him.
they've been able to accumulate through deportations, the fact that they would like more money from Congress to continue to do those wide-scale deportations, something that we know that Trump is going to ask Congress for again today, really trying to not just get money for deportations, but get money for a larger border security package.
There's Mark Warner, John
Look at
Bozeman,
Newt.
Newton Callista Gingrich, former speaker, is up in the chamber or up in the gallery as well.
Yeah, it's
And you
getting
can see that
pretty
we have extra cameras on the floor of the House when we have shots like this. Usually the House of Representatives controls the cameras, but on special occasions, they give the press pool, the C-SPANs, the CNNs, etc.
Like multiple speaker votes, for instance.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, there were several extra
There's
cameras.
Pelosi.
And of course, there's Speaker Pelosi. It looks
she
like
drunk?
a Ukraine-colored flag, our scarf in her hand, and Steny Hoyer with a Ukraine designed our Ukraine colors tie, the former leaders of the House Democrats. John Bozeman is right there in the center of your screen. He is a Republican from Arkansas working his way down. There's Mark Warner, Democrat of Virginia, former governor of Virginia. Right behind him, Elizabeth Warren, Democrat of Massachusetts. The Senate still has not gotten seated. We've been watching them come down the aisle for quite a while. Hakeem Jeffries and Debbie Dingell. Debbie Dingell's husband, John Dingell, the late John Dingell, was a dean of the House from Dearborn, Michigan, for years and years and years, and now she's
I
been
call
in
her
Congress
Chief Crazy
for
Bitch.
years. And of course, Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democratic Party. Jasmine Wright, do you see a lot of members coming through at the White House?
You actually do. Sometimes they, particularly in the first few weeks, they would come into the press briefing after an unannounced meeting with the president because they said, I hadn't been here in 4 years. I wasn't invited the entire time that Joe Biden was in office. And so they were really excited to be in there, to be back into the Oval Office, really, frankly, to be back into power. I think, the president has been really adamant about having these members of Congress come over to the White House. It's one of the biggest tools that the president can use, kind of not just the power of the pulpit there, but really, bringing lawmakers on Air Force One, bringing them into the Oval, allowing them into the grandness of the White House so that in turn they can give you kind of this legislative freedom to do what you will and to make your agenda become a reality. And so I think that is what Donald Trump is using. But we know tomorrow the House Freedom Caucus, Chip Roy, we saw him a few moments ago, they will be going to the White House as Trump tries to pull them along. Lindsey Graham, who we see on the screen right now, he was at the White House on Friday. He came out to the sticks to talk to reporters after the Zelensky blow up, and kind of started at least publicly rolling the tires on whether or not there should be a regime change in Ukraine. Obviously, that language has kind of softened in the last really like 3 hours. I believe that's Lisa Murkowski coming up on the screen.
Is that looks like is that Senator Smith in front of her?
Yes,
Tina
Tina Smith and Catherine Cortez Masto, and he was with Ben Ray Lujan from New Mexico.
Lisa Murkowski was. Yeah.
Yes. Lisa Murkowski has been somebody who, moves to her own.
Should we go with his word, iconoclastic?
Yes.
There's Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel down there he's in the gallery, it looks like. He's up in the gallery.
There's Ivanka. That was Ivanka, I believe.
Was that Ivanka?
Yeah, I think that was
okay.
Ivanka.
And there's Mrs. Vance. Yep. And you can see the vice president and the speaker waiting for everything to happen. Just looking at the schedule that we were given ahead of time, it looks like they are running just a few minutes late, but all is well. And that's Tiffany. There's Tiffany Trump, I believe. Right behind her. Yeah, the whole family is up there. Hey, let's check in with Greta Bronner. Hi, Greta.
Peter, you've pointed out a couple of members of the president's cabinet tonight. One you will not see is the Veterans Affairs Secretary, Doug Collins. He is the designated survivor tonight, per the White House official by CNN's Caitlin Collins reporting that the designated survivor skips out on these joint addresses, the State of the Union.
It would be the Jack Bauer
catastrophic event. And so tonight it is the VA Secretary, Doug Collins,
see the Supreme Court come
in the chamber. And then you
or
were
are they
talking
not?
about
It's not a
those
State of the
folks
Union.
that
They may
line
not
up
be
on
here.
the center aisle. Billy House of
Yeah, they probably
Bloomberg
won't.
noting that the great center aisle seat claimers of the past, Elliot Engel, the late Sheila Jackson Lee, Michelle Bachmann, they're not there tonight, but a new group has appeared to be
QAnon
already
folks,
getting
I
in
think he
place.
is.
This was hours ago at 4 p.m. Eastern time. They were getting in place along the center aisle, and that
When
included
Trump comes on, guys, I'm going to
Representative
do
Anna
the full
Paulina
screen for a
Luna,
while.
Republican of Florida,
You
other
guys can watch it
Republicans,
full
Andy
screen.
Ogles of Kentucky, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, and Congresswoman Miller Meeks of Iowa, all lining up on the Republican side on the center aisle hours before the speech in hopes that they get to shake the president's hand when he comes down the aisle.
Jason, Dick, has this become more of a blown up event than it used to be? Or has this always been a lot of, razzmatazz?
I think that it depends on how far back you want to go. Lyndon Johnson in 1966 moved the speech from the mid-afternoon to the evening, in order to catch a better audience. And that was 1966. He saw that, television helped his predecessor, John F. Kennedy, get elected, and he wanted Lyndon Johnson.
Members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber, the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
Are you guys okay with me staying here, or do you want me to get the hell out so I can make
at the
it bigger?
direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The senator from South
Because
Dakota,
they
Mr.
are
Thune.
wretched, dude.
The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton.
All right, thanks,
The
guys.
senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker. The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Really? Booker? Every Democrat has said horrific things about Trump. Is he going to be early? Really? That's crazy. Nah, he won't be. Can't be. All right, who are these?
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
They have a woman doing it now. Okay. I held the diplomatic corps. Yeah, he is. You're right. Colin.
My wife loves this race. I hate it. I don't wear it. She doesn't wear it. It's so on TV. I'm a blazer,
And we're about 5-10 minutes away from the president entering the chamber and beginning his speech. Jasmine Wright.
I can't wait to see what the Democrats are going to do. I just can't wait.
Amongst ourselves, is there anything that we can share that we were talking about?
I think one thing that I'm noticing is a difference between the way that former Vice President Harris and Speaker Mike Johnson were talking last year versus now. I mean, it's so much more jovial with Vice President Vance and Speaker Johnson than it was.
He's a real human being with a brain.
Homeboy. These people know each other and they're kind of on the same side. It's just interesting to watch the differences, you know, just a year.
Would you call Harris and Johnson formal?
Associate Justices of the United States.
Oh, wow, they're
Supreme
here.
Court.
That's great.
Chief Justice came. Awesome. Who are they? Who are they? There's the Chief Justice. There's Kavanaugh. Amy Coney, disappointment. There's Elena Keegan. Like, I don't know why I'm here. I guess Thomas stayed away this time. I think Alito's there. I missed him. Alito and Thomas, two of the best. It was Scalia. Now it's those two. Mr. Speaker.
Jason Dick, we were just watching the Supreme Court come in. We saw Justice Roberts, Kavanaugh, Barrett.
Pretty funny, man.
Kagan.
Yeah, she's the real
we did not see Justices Brown, Jackson, Sotomayor, Alito.
Oh, Alito's not
Gorsuch.
there. Wow.
Thomas.
Yeah, I wonder
We
why.
did see Anthony Kennedy, too.
Retired Justice Anthony Kennedy.
Does that tell you anything? That just 4 out of the 5?
Nah.
4 out of the 9? Or
so, I mean, Justice Alito has been skipping this for quite a few years after, you know, like sort of
Obama.
His
after Obama trash talked
kind of mouthings
at the State of the Union, and he mentioned, he said, not true. Remember that?
Addresses. Thomas has also skipped quite a few lately. And
in the audience,
it's not surprising to me because I do think,
and they never get up, they never clap.
Like they don't have to be there.
Yeah, they all have measles.
A lot of them have done this before. Even for people who have, are relatively new.
But not necessarily, you don't see this necessarily as a protest by two of the Democratic appointed justices, Brown Jackson and Sotomayor.
It could.
And you can
it
see
could- it
Justice
could be,
Roberts and
yeah.
Kagan.
Yeah, I mean, the
smiling.
Supreme Court is a very tight group. They're very close. They spend a lot of time around one another. Whether or not it's a protest or whether it's just, I think I want to just catch up on Black Rose on Netflix.
1 minute.
It might be that too.
Next you'll hear it.
I had a reservation I couldn't miss at the local
We'll watch the left
eatery.
stay down and the right jump for joy.
They're at Dauphine and
And the peasants rejoice, right?
Jasmine, right, when we were talking, you were talking about J.D. Vance and Mike Johnson. And I asked the question before we got interrupted, which was, would you consider the Harris-Johnson relationship formal?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm not even sure I would call it a relationship. Those are two people that didn't really know each other, that didn't really talk. It was these moments in which they kind of interfaced a lot more after Johnson became speaker, and obviously the vice president was on her 4th year of being the vice president. I believe that Johnson was asked later on in an interview what they talked about, and he said, we made niceties. We didn't talk about politics. We talked about things that two humans talk about. I am not sure that is the case right now with JD Vance and Johnson. I think that they're talking pretty frequently. JD Vance was at the Capitol earlier today for a confirmation hearing for one of the people nominated to join the FBI, one of his longtime friends. So I think that they're continuously having conversations in a way that Johnson wasn't having with the previous administration.
We have about a minute and a half before William McFarland, the House Sergeant at Arms, is scheduled to announce, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States, etc. What are you listening for in tonight's speech, Jason Dick?
Mainly about the border. I mean, I think that there is going to be a lot of discussion about immigration and the border.
there will
Trump
be.
has always felt that this is the winning issue for him. I think that's going to be a big part of things.
Jasmine, right?
The economy. I mean, this tariffs move that happened, overnight into today. Obviously, there's some thinking that maybe they would
reform in America first.
Pull back the tariffs or bring it down to a lower percentage. But people are concerned about the economy. They're giving Trump some more time.
What's up,
but
Chill?
People are concerned. So I want to hear how he not just blames the Biden administration, but how he talks about it moving forward.
Well,
he's usually on time.
Tonight, Howard Lutnick,
The Secret Service makes him late.
Made a statement.
Yeah, he said that.
What should we be listening for?
Well, he said that they had been on the phone with both their Mexican and Canadian counterparts trying to make a deal, and that President Trump may announce, if not here, maybe tomorrow, that they are pulling back some of the tariffs, not completely letting them go, but certainly pulling them back as long as these countries
behavior change.
Say and then become more forceful on issues like fentanyl, on issues that the reason why that these tariffs are put in place. But I think it's just the reality is that Trump saw the stock markets. He is somebody who follows the stock markets. He follows them quite religiously, and they were going back and forth, really kind of freaking out negatively about these tariffs. And so I don't think that the White House will be able to say
CNN material in the middle.
That wasn't the reason. Or that wasn't a reason as to why they're kind of saying we're going to pull these back. But certainly only time will tell what percentage that is, how much that is.
You're right, Lou. That's what I read that today too.
Reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd.
And
he's going to mention it. They're all going to get angry.
New York talking with Nancy Pelosi there.
Do you have your clicker? That's what she's saying. Did AOC have the balls?
Not recognizing your face. There are 62 new members of Congress.
Here we go.
Nearly 20% of the Congress is new, and so that's a lot of new members. And I'm not quite sure who that one was. I think we've had pretty good batting.
The First Lady of the United States. That's the first.
I think more than that.
And Melania
Let's see what she's
Trump,
wearing.
who was on Capitol Hill yesterday as well. Was that a surprise to you?
Here we go. Just look at her.
She came down. Here comes
Mr.
Mr. Trump. She's sitting with her guests.
That's the First Lady, guys. Elegant.
They include some revenge porn victims, the Comparatory family that was the father was killed in Butler, Pennsylvania. as she's sitting with her guests there.
Remember that? Look, no penis.
Blake and Riley family is
That's
there.
right.
That other one, what was it? That other one was a train wreck.
I mean, I think those were her
The
first
Queen.
public remarks since Donald Trump took office. There were some questions about how much she would be in Washington, how frequently she'd be around. But I think that there's a real shift in energy, not just from the president, but also from her office, trying to do things much differently this time around.
Mr. Speaker, the president's cabinet.
Okay, the cabinet. Here we go. There he is, Marco. He's doing a good job so far, guys. I'm surprised at how well he's doing. Right? That's the guy from Jersey, the old guy kicking everybody's hand on the right. He's the one that switched over during COVID. It's Sam Bondi. Where's the file? Pete Hegseth. Nice. He's got such a super team.
And now the cabinet is coming in. Secretary of State Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bissett.
Kicking ass.
We saw there as well Attorney General Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth.
There he is, RFK Jr.
Mr. Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, who we talked about a little bit earlier. RFK Jr., of course, HHS. There's Scott Turner, HUD. There's Seth Duffy. I'm so sorry, Sean Duffy, Transportation. There's Senator Adam Schiff, sitting
Adam
with
Schiff for brains.
Senator from.
Yep, exactly.
Yep, the new senator from Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester. We had Carol from Illinois, Carol Mosley Braun. We have Angela Alsobrooks, Maryland.
Kamala Harris was the second.
Kamala Harris, of course, and then Lisa
Angela
Blunt Rochester.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interchangeably 3 or 2.
And there's Christy Nome. She is talking there with the, is that the congressman from New Jersey, Jeff?
Tim Burchett from Tennessee.
There we go. Is that Brooke Rollins, the Ag Secretary?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It is sort of odd to have something like
is
this.
there anybody else who's got to bring in?
And there's so much we're paying attention to the fashion because of like some of the protests and so forth. Having just done the Oscars 2 nights ago.
I think he's up.
It's not quite as glamorous.
Not quite the same.
Not quite the same.
But it is. There is a lot more power.
I would simply say,
throwing shit.
Jason, Dick, that nobody in the world cares what
shooting
you
a water gun
are wearing. Last year, Joe Biden took at least a half hour to get out of the chamber. It was a moment for him politically that boosted him.
Yeah.
That got rid of some of the rumors of mental decline, etc. And he worked that room for a half an hour. It's one of the most, in a sense, iconic things I've ever seen in politics.
Yeah.
And do we expect President Trump to do the same, or I don't know.
Don't come
I don't know
out.
I don't know if President Trump will be there as long. I mean, in that span, Joe Biden had like 2 hot mic moments that went viral. I mean, he was there for forever. I don't know if you expect President Trump to be for that long, but the reality is that as I've talked to people close to him, he is enjoying this moment. He's happy to be back in the White House. He's happy to have a party that responds to him, that responds to him.
Last time you had to worry about every rhino
being the center of everything. And so I think you're going to see him.
It's the perfect storm, guys, for MAGA.
That happiness, shaking hands with his friends, shaking hands, potentially people who don't like him very much, Democrats, kind of pushing them to say something.
He does.
Potentially. He's kind of reveling in this moment that he has now that he's back in the White House. And so I think he is going to be there a long time. Whether or not he's there as long as Joe Biden, I think only time will tell, because Joe Biden, I mean, I remember being there, covering it last year and being like, dang, can you leave? I'm trying to go home. So
It did have a end of the night at your high school reunion
Yeah, it's like, wrap it up, Joe. So we'll see what Donald Trump does.
Here it comes.
I would guess too that like some of that is there's a little bit of
9 minutes
wistfulness,
late.
Like that Biden.
You're right,
was
Vance.
running for re-election, but who knows what kind of doubts he may have had about his.
It's usually the Secret Service that makes the president late, though. His own path. They don't want to come in on the time that it was on the schedule in case it leaks.
Yes,
right.
Even if it seems like we've been in this loop for a while.
Yeah, you can see that the cabinet is still not completely seated, and they're not going to bring him in while there's still people in the aisles. But he is nearby. He's in the holding room next to the chamber, and should be coming in shortly.
He gives the greatest speeches too,
Obviously,
guys.
we're going to shut up.
You know that. So this is going to be epic.
We're going to listen to everything that happens. We'll watch the president leave the room, all without us. There's Tulsi Gabbard, of course, talking with Chip Roy.
Kelly Loeffler, the SBA.
Yeah, that's right. Former senator from Georgia, RFK. I haven't seen RFK Jr. talk to a lot of people. I don't know if that's a
Trump.
I saw him talk to Jeff Van Drew, and I wonder if it was a conversation about fluoride.
Come on.
Who knows? Jeff Van Drew is a dentist.
Is he really? Did not
What
know.
people they could have brought? They brought Jason Dick.
Yeah, I mean, RFK is having quite the moment right now too, with this measles outbreak, kind of going back and forth between whether or not he should be promoting vaccines, whether or not he should be promoting, more homeopathic remedies that aren't necessarily shown to have, much.
I never felt that way, Lou, about Tulsi.
Measles outbreak.
Nah.
I'd
Nancy
be
Mace,
interested to see if Donald Trump brings that up.
Really.
I'd be a little shocked if he does, but
Again, the entire speech, of course, and the Democratic response. Senator Alyssa Slotkin, freshman Democrat from
Someone
Michigan,
we don't know.
will be speaking from Michigan, and we will bring that to you live, of course. And as always,
And
after
nobody's
all
going to
that,
watch it.
We're going to get your reaction. We're going to get your reaction.
Shit, that ain't true. Can you imagine?
And some of the
response? Shit, that ain't true.
And before the president comes in, let's check in one more time with
Charmin.
Quick excerpt from the president's speech tonight on tariffs. You guys were talking about that and the impact of it on the economy. This is from Jake Sherman. Whatever they tariff us, we tariff them. Whatever they tax us, we tax them. And if they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. So you can expect to hear some tough talk from the president tonight on that. That is ahead of the markets closing tonight. CNBC with this headline: Dow tumbles again, loses more than 1,300 points in 2 days as Trump ignites trade war. Peter?
Desmond Wright, you were talking exactly about that.
yeah, I mean, it is going to be incumbent upon the president to have the American people understand why he's putting in place these tariffs that in a lot of ways have a negative connotation, even amongst people within his own party. They're not necessarily one of those quote unquote conservative values. It's something that even as lawmakers publicly say we are okay with giving Trump the latitude.
AOC is like, she's
on
waitressing,
tariffs,
giving them all their
privately,
drinks.
they're concerned about them. They don't like them. And so I think that he's going to have to explain why. Of course, he says that tariffs are his fourth favorite word in the dictionary. It used to be his first. I would be surprised if he does not repeat that again,
Donald,
in an ad lib. But yeah, I think that tariffs are going to be a large part of this.
For viewers who are seeing a State of the Union or a joint session for the first time, on your screen, the Republicans will be on the left and the Democrats will be on the right. So you can always tell what the applause lines are by which side stands up. And it gets pretty stark at that, doesn't
it? It absolutely does. And I mean, another thing that I'm looking for, in addition to just some of the policy notes that we're looking at, is just how the Democrats are going to approach things that they feel are a winner for them. Whether it's something, if Trump does talk about tariffs, he does talk about like how great they are. We're seeing again, as Jasmine, the market does not like them. The Wall Street Journal editorial page doesn't like them. This is kind of across the board, and the economy over and over again came up as the number one issue people are worried about. But he's also going to go for some base issues, like transgender, issues. How is that going to be?
Here we go.
How is that going to be?
Here we go.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
It'll take him 20 minutes to get there. It's Scalise behind him. Bernie Bro almost killed him. He looks great, doesn't he, guys? He lost weight and all. He looks great. That's the guy from Jersey. Purdue, I forget his name. So he flipped over to Republican. Yeah, kind of like that. I know his energy doesn't age. I know that. Look at the sergeant at arms, his eyes. Nancy Mace. Yeah. You don't see any Democrats breaking their balls to get over to him. Look at Adam Schiff. You don't talk to me. They're all lying about him. Why would he talk to you? Big jerk off. That's Trump kissing a guy's ass by making him feel good about himself. He puts that face on. Yeah. How you doing? I'm the one that put you there. How about a little fucking help? Is that O'Connor? Yeah. Holy crap. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and all the rest of them. Wouldn't it be awesome if he just hopped up on stage instead of going up the steps? Trump was right about everything. Did you see that? Her hat, MTG. Now the introduction has to happen, ladies and gentlemen. President of the United States. Unless they only do that at the State of the Union. Guarantee neither one of them tear it up. Like that piece of crap Pelosi. How appreciative. I know, let's go. Doesn't he look good? I mean, come on.
Thank you.
He's never had this much support from the party, guys. Yeah, Boebert's pretty hot too. All right, here we go. The announcement.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
They always clap for her. But at the whole other side, stayed seated. Clap, 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 clap. The clickers. Yeah, it's normal. The clapping, yeah. They'll clap when he says something really powerful, and the other side won't
Members
at all.
of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Yes, we are. Yep.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America.
Mm-hmm.
From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country.
I think it will be.
We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
Right. They got so much they're going to do. They're going to bring America back, which means the rest of the world is back. They're not. Wonder what he'll say about it, Elon.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades.
Not according
we won
to
all 7
Joey
swing
Behar.
states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
Yes. You're welcome, Mr. President. Huzzah to the king.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
What's this? You hear this shit already? You hear this? This is never done. The Democrats have once again, that's never done. They're yelling at the president during a speech. The disrespect.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
They're going to be getting up a lot tonight, these two. They are, man. They're all a bunch of petulant children.
Small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever
Should be.
recorded.
You hear them?
A 41
Look at JD.
point jump.
JD's always in there to defend. You ever notice that, guys? Kick him out.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
Kick them out. Kick the wolf man out.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Yeah. You want to act like assholes, you're going to be walked out. Jerk off. Yeah, you're right. They think this shit looks normal. Yep. Put them out. And they'll continue. They'll continue. Just to send a message.
Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
He won't. Kick him out.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order.
There you go. Look at Trump.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Dan, I'm sorry, sir. You got to leave. He'll hit somebody with his cane. Here they come. Oh, my God. I don't think this has ever happened, guys. Holy crap. Like nobody took a shot at Trump yet. Yeah, get out. Oh. Love it. Love it.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
What a piece
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
You gotta love it. He's got enough support from his own party this time. Love it. Love it. Yep.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency.
Right. He always says that.
Is the most successful in the history of our nation.
He always says that. It's our presidency, not mine. They never give him credit, though. It was the Wolf Man. I forget his name.
More impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that?
Wow.
How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of
Al
taking
Green, you're
the
right.
oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and border patrol to repel the invasion of our country.
Right.
And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Right. Tom Homan. You ought to call him out right now.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way.
Yeah.
In comparison, under Joe Biden,
here we go.
The worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month. And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that?
Joe Biden.
This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand,
Musk
and certainly
steals.
will
Look at
not
this.
cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
He's right. He's absolutely right. Republicans never did that. I know they say that, but you know what it is? When they catch them at the border and turn them around, they call that a deportation.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Yeah, he made them look so ridiculous. These people, look at her, that are signed. Is that a booze bottle she's holding?
Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
That's true.
I terminated the ridiculous
awesome.
Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars.
He is,
Other
man. You're right.
countries were not paying.
Smiling, laughing.
I withdrew from the
Look at how
corrupt
keen.
World Health Organization.
Yeah. They were going to tell us to lock down.
And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
Good. You should withdraw from NATO, too.
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable.
Yep.
And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction.
Right. He saved Detroit again. And look at all these assholes on the left, not standing, nothing. Yeah, I thought they were your champions, Democrat voters.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term.
Right. The regulations are what bring a lot of wealth to the country, guys. The corporations are not wasting their fucking
And
time.
in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
Right. It's not a jobs program, the federal government. It's not.
And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me.
Yep.
How did that work out? Not too good.
Not too good. Look at JD. Love it, man. Love it. Look at them all holding the Musk steals. They're still holding it. Bunch of morons. He's like, you look like an idiot. So do you.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Good. God freaking bless him.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States.
They're going to blow caskets over that. Oh, they're going to blow caskets. What do you mean? That means all books, everything, schools, anything government.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
See that stitch?
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William
McKinley,
Mount McKinley again.
Denali. The great one.
Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Good. Love it. Love it. Love it.
And our country
Look at her.
will be woke no longer.
Right.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important.
Yep. There's Lauren Boebert. Oh.
You should be hired
miserable.
based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much.
They're not allowed to say you're welcome. They're not allowed.
We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools.
Right.
And I signed an order making it the
Look at Johnson,
official
like, oh my
policy
God,
of
this
the
is
United
awesome.
States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Yes. Yeah. Look at all these. Look at them all. Miserable. Not still. Moron. Oh my God. Oh, the Talib.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Yes, he did. That's in my intro every week where he signed that.
Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports.
There she is.
But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side.
Can you believe this shit?
And
And
ending
goes,
her
"So what?"
athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Good. You can lose it anyway. Right. No more social construct. Exactly. Good for her. It's a shame what happened to her.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Matt Walsh is there? Oh, he is. Look at that. He's there. How about that? Look at her. Sucking her face in. That right there, that's
what I've just described
Gaines,
is only
Riley
a small
Gaines.
fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world.
Imagine.
Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an
He pointed to
inflation
the Dems.
nightmare.
Economic
Their
catastrophe.
policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've
True.
never had anything like it.
Yep.
We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
Nah. Make America affordable again.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control.
See, because they're saying eggs.
Price is out of control.
He's busting her
And we're
balls.
working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
I love how he's saying that. Oh my God, that's awesome. Resist. We much.
A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
It's like the Biden administration did everything they could to fuck us for 4 years.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth.
David Harris Jr.
And by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it.
Yeah.
It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
Yep. Yep, they did all that.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska.
You guys are smart.
Among the largest in the world, where Japan,
is
South
smart.
Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Good. Yep.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
And the Dems will never get up for that either. They don't care. It's not their thing.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it.
There he is. Look at Elon, all humble. Get out of here.
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Yeah, said the girl
Thank you, Elon.
with the
He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that.
See O'Connor
Just listen
laughing.
to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is.
Nobody knows what that
to
is.
promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in
Now they're going to
Central
call them racist
America. $60 million.
because they're idiots.
$8 million
Because
for making mice transgender.
Can you imagine? They did that. Shrimp on a
This
treadmill.
is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her?
Yep. You hear them all yelling.
A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring.
Yeah.
$1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City.
Yep. A week.
He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves.
I know, voter.
And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them.
Yeah.
They're so bad.
Yeah.
Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
Patriot Elon. God bless this guy. Look at this. False. Look at this. False. What's false? No one has ever held up
And
signs
we've
like
taken
that
back the
before.
money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning.
Another one
The
shot.
Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old.
Yeah. I'm at 320 years old.
It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139.
Crazy, man.
3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid
He's really
to many of
busting
them.
their balls, guys.
And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and paid and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159 and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
There you go. There's at least Stefanik.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229.
Can you believe this?
One person between the age of 240 and 249. And one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country.
Yeah.
But we're going to find out where that money's going.
Yeah, they have to.
And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
Yep. We've still got an hour to go, guys. It's awesome.
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
Yep. There they are. Dems hate that.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that
money. Keep the riffraff out. No more third world paupers. We're going to have people that want to start a business here and they can afford to come. That's the part I like, Don.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
Nice. Oh, I know. It's amazing. It's an amazing night.
Any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
Lies.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax.
Nope, never did. They just called Obama a liar, because he was a liar. There's one guy. And he did lie.
Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
There you go. He's saying, get it done. Start by paying your taxes. Look at this.
And I also
Rashida Tlaib
want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only
Start
if the
paying
car
your
is
taxes.
made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs.
And they don't know how to handle
It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our
get rid of the
auto
IRS.
industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
Turns out Kuhn is doing a damn good job. He's keeping the rhinos in check for the most part.
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country.
Yeah, because everything changed.
In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term.
Good. There's no doubt about it.
If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them.
Yeah, it's reciprocal.
If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market.
That's right.
We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before.
It's this easy for
I did it with China and I did it with others. And the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer.
Right. And you know why he has the leverage, guys? Because of us. They're the largest consumers in the world. Look, they're going to get sick.
Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer.
Right. 74,000 people a year die.
Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment.
He did.
Tim Cook,
because he's kicking ass,
called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world,
100 billion,
has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA.
Arizona. Why they picked Arizona is beyond me.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
And he will, too. Johnson will. He's totally MAGA. He's one of those Christian nationalists.
Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer.
He does. He did a lot for farmers.
Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you.
Because China, Lou, is trying to take
There's
Taiwan. What if they shift
goods that
all
come in
operations
from
here eventually?
Other countries and companies, they're
Yeah.
really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases. And I said, just bear with me. And they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again. And this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases. And we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it. And it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too.
Very sincere too, guys. You know that. I'm very sincere.
And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raised 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children.
Yep.
So great, Jeff.
You're right, Peter. Guys, a union guy is with us now. Just like the Teamsters president. Think about that. Because of Trump. If you know, money talks, bullshit walks.
Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again. And it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
There you go. He did not know that was coming. You saw a look in her face? There's the First Lady. Elegant.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deep fake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all
Listen
very
to a
much.
podcast about her. She went through hell.
Thank you. And thank you to
Yeah, that
John
other
Thune
one
and the
was a train
Senate.
wreck, she said.
Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast.
Think about it, guys. Everything you talk about is decency. To come back to America again. Decency. Fairness.
And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to.
President holding sign.
Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
Get up. There you go. It's a third fucking Biden.
Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
You heard the tape. She fought for her life. She did not want to die. She kept fighting.
It's called the Laken Riley Act. So
Good.
Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
Remember, Biden didn't even say her name right. Called her Lincoln Riley. What a card.
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
He's running around a lot, chasing all those illegal criminal aliens. It is, isn't it, Sheila? It is. This is the guy that the world told you to hate.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Oh, my God. That's awesome. Oh, man. We just needed a new president. And he's right. Biden did all that. Oh, man. Totally destroyed our country. Look at this.
Save Medicaid. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them.
He did.
To overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen
Guys,
before.
do me a favor, hit the like
Beautiful
button before you leave
towns
tonight.
destroyed.
Thank you.
Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
Yeah, it's awesome,
But
isn't
there
it?
still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store.
Yeah, I heard this.
She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours
Under the
under
bridge?
a bridge,
Yep.
and horrifically murdered. Arrested and
Tied her
charged with
hands
this
behind her,
heinous
dumped her in the
crime are
water.
2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember
Trying to
your
hold it
daughter, your
together.
magnificent daughter. And earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge.
Nice.
A pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America.
I love that.
Alexis,
America.
moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
He's going to sign it. Oh, she's going to lose it. Oh. I feel so bad for these parents.
Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world,
I know.
known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
I'm telling you, he's just a wonderful guy, and the left just wanted you all to think he was a piece of shit.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them.
Right.
Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy.
Look at all the shit they said about Trump. That was just lies. He'll get you. He'll get you.
In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande.
Isn't that
Near
embarrassing?
an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. when heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them. Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
You tell he's genuine. Yeah, said they were whipping
Thank you,
him.
Roberto.
What jerk off.
And I actually got to know him on many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security.
You're going to announce
The
a war?
cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are.
Whoa, that's big, guys. He's going to take out the cartel.
Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy.
Yep.
First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it.
So he's got two guys in charge of Congress that are MAGA.
And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns.
Now, the Dems are going to be mad because that's their constituents. The criminals.
In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great
All right,
job.
Hashtag, thanks for coming, man.
Cash,
Good to
thank
see you.
Thank you, Cash.
There he does. He pointed at me. There he is, FBI director. I met him a few months ago.
They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, so we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
Yeah, he's always that way.
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Good for him. Good for him. Good love. There he is. Dude, he's about to cry, the kid.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
Awesome. It's a shame. Look at them all miserable. Fuck the kid.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all.
Here we go.
I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Look at the kid. He's like, that's awesome. That's awesome. And there he is. There he is. He's going to give him. Going to give him his badge. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome, man. I love that. Trump loves kids. Oh, look at that. All right, get him off of me. That's awesome. That's pretty cool.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
There you go. His wife's not there. The actress.
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How
Yeah.
quickly they forget.
Yeah.
Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and
Amen.
keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that.
All the friggin' chemicals.
So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you.
And you will do it.
Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little
this?
girl. Teachers and
And it was
administrators
Obama that
conspired
allowed
to
them to do
deceive
it.
January and her
With his
husband
dear colleague
while
letter.
encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's getting death stares from the Democrats. Yep. They would say no because it's Trump.
Thank you.
Wow.
Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
Crazy, isn't it?
I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth.
He's taking that right away from them.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
There you go. There you go. No, he's a good man.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it.
Yep.
Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone.
Yep.
It's gone.
They called him
We feel
Hitler.
so much better for it.
Yeah,
don't
he
we?
just said that.
Don't we feel better?
He's literally Hitler.
Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
I love that he's there. I read his book.
And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you.
No, yeah,
I
he's
know
not.
well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among
Favorite
the
president,
best
Lou.
recruiting results
I'm your favorite
ever
president.
in the history of our services. What a difference.
Yeah, they're not allowed to clap or anything either.
And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
And they didn't want him. He almost didn't make it through.
We're joined tonight
Correct, Wheeler.
by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
Oh, he's in. The president signed it. He's in. He's going to put him in it right now. You watch.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But
Woke Point, yeah.
I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Good. Good. True. He is a marketing genius, isn't he? What American's going to watch this tonight and go, oh, he sucks? Oh, Democrats. That's right.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray
Thank you,
line,
sir.
Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future.
That we don't have to
As
use.
a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
Yep. I'd heard that.
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a
That'll never happen.
very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before.
Trump Dome. Yeah.
To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding.
Yeah.
And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
You hear BlackRock wants to buy it? I don't think Trump will let him.
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal.
Did they say BlackRock?
And lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals.
Rubio.
The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others. But others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1.
I agree.
But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Yeah. Take it back. Bernie bro shot him. Almost killed him. There's Nancy Mason.
And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco.
Nah.
Now,
good luck, Marco.
We know who to blame if anything goes wrong.
I love that.
Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes.
Yep.
You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes, and I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you.
Yeah, he got 100.
He's doing a great job.
Yep.
Great job.
So far.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland.
His hands. Oh, here we go.
We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. Yep. And I think we're going to get it.
And Russia's
one way or the other, we're going to get it.
We
We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before.
It was the beginning.
It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Yep.
Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew.
Yeah.
Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity.
Yep.
And he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
Yeah. Good. Good. Good.
And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day.
It was.
Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and
the murdered 13.
They're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy.
Yep.
As happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza.
Yep.
In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
Yeah, the Democrats act like that never even happened. The Abraham Accord.
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years?
Exactly.
Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Oh! They called her Pocahontas. Oh, you gotta love. They're all busting her balls too. You gotta love it.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending.
Yep.
And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer.
I'm going, no.
Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago, Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Yeah. No Democrat. Well, one. One stood up.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
If he doesn't, Trump's going to do the deal with Putin.
It's time to stop
It's
this
in Donbass.
madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine,
That's her, 95.
that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that.
Yeah.
And they are here tonight.
Help her up. There you go. Damn, she's in her 90s. Wow, nice. Yeah, she looks better than Joe Biden. You're right.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally.
Uh-huh.
That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage.
Wow.
And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later,
boom,
at that same rally,
he got shot.
Gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people.
Killed a former
My life was
fireman.
saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story.
The girls
from
have an
there?
oil
He
problem.
sacrificed his
What do you
life to
think?
save theirs.
Too soon?
2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who
Look at
was
her
his
scratching her
high
arm
school
in the middle.
sweetheart, and their 2 beloved
Very
daughters,
nervous.
Allison and Kaylee.
Shame.
Thank you.
This is shame, man. Go for it, John. That's allowed in this game.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
I do too. It was divine intervention. I just do. Well, I hope he's not in there. I hate Paul Ryan. Does he really? He's got balls.
Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country.
Winding up.
This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we're going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
Not a single Democrat. Isn't that crazy? Why? False.
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the
That would be
American
great, wouldn't it?
dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in
fight.
and for the country our people deserve.
See, these people give a shit about the American people. The other side, not a bit. They are a lost party. We deliver every time.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless America.
That was a great speech. Look at the Dems. They can't run out fast enough. Like, just get the hell out of here. Hey, and the speaker didn't tear up like a scumbag to speak. Hey, guys, Jimmy from Philly is going to be doing a stream right after this one. Yeah, it was history in the making, man. I'm glad you guys came out. Now, if you could all hit the like button if you haven't already. There he goes.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you.
Commander-in-Chief, shake your hand. That's a pretty big deal.
Thank you. It's great honor.
Oh, yeah,
Thank
she's
you.
there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. You see young people to love and I'm trying to. Great guy. Thank you.
This is O'Connor.
That's your family. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard. Thank you again. Thank you again. Don't forget. So good.
Don't forget. Oh, I wonder what that's about.
Terrific, Mr. Really.
That's the Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job, Mr. President.
Let me do this.
Great.
Mr. President, one of your best speeches.
Thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the phone call last night, too.
Absolutely. You know that. Thank you.
Nah. Thanks for the phone call, that's okay. Thanks, man.
I'm not going to get you. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody. Great speeches. Great speeches.
We love you guys too, kid.
Yes. Good.
Never forget, bro. Never forget. Yep.
President Roger Williams, thanks for the call. I love Roger Williams. Thank you. You don't have to introduce yourself. Mr. President. I know you better than you do, Roger. Thank you so much. It's my great baseball. Great job. Great job you're doing. America is back. Thank you so much.
Welcome you back in Pennsylvania anytime, sir.
They stood for you all.
Who's kissing his ass now? Look at the stars in their arms. Like,
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
it's him right there on the left.
Thank you very much.
Can I take a selfie with you, Mr. President? Can you look this way, you son of a bitch? All right, Jimmy's streaming now. Jimmy, give us the link. I'll put it in here. Copy paste the link to your screen. Paste it in here.
Did you get a chance to shake his hand earlier? Do you want me to get a picture?
Oh wow, your iPad's dying.
Thank you so much.
Let's do biofilm.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, it was good, man.
I love you.
I'm glad you came, Colin.
Yeah, it was so good.
Thank you.
So good.
You rocked it, Mr. President. We're with you 100%. Crush. Really good.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
Best speech ever. Thank you.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It was a great speech. And they're all like that.
Mr. President, that was a great
He knows how to give a speech. Oh, geez.
Great job.
Yeah. Porn night. Well, I'm glad I could take you away from the debauchery.
Thank you for mentioning God needs to help us.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Hold on, guys.
Great speech. Great speech.
Here, I'm going to get Jimmy's screen. Sending it. There he is. Hold on.
Thank you for standing
You really triggered those
Guys, here's
people.
the stream.
Tremendous, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you
If
so
you guys
much.
can, go over to Jimmy's.
Beneficial
Hit
ownership
the like
in
button
this
before you
week.
leave, please. I'm going to keep this rolling until he's out the door.
Well, we love our farmers. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. You earned this tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What time? Thank you, man.
Proud of you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Oh, smacking him, hitting him.
Thank you.
Yeah, we know, dude.
You better believe it. Very well done. Good endorsement. President, home run. Thank you. Great job.
All right, take it easy, Bobbity. Thank you for coming, man. If you guys are going over there, I just put the link in.
Good job.
Hey, great to see you. Slam dunk.
You're doing good.
Thank you, sir. You did amazing, per usual.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, cheese. Thank you.
There she is. Lauren's over.
Thank you, everybody. Look at this beautiful.
New congressman from Eastern Washington. We've never met.
Oh, that's
Bob Gardner.
good.
I was one of Mike Leach's best friends.
Oh, that's
He thinks
good.
very highly
Mike
of you.
was, he was great.
Tremendous.
He was a great guy.
Great.
Great.
Imagine that guy right there. Just meet Trump for the first time after the greatest speech.
Home run. Home run.
President, good to see you, sir. Good job. Thank you very much. Looking good. Look at them.
I need to talk to you about some buildings, some public buildings.
You let me know.
I will. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we always have a good time, man. That's why I love you guys. We always have a good time. All right, he's out with me. I'm out, guys. I'm going to paste it again. There it is. Jimmy's up. If you guys want to go over there, please do. Hit the like button before you split. All right, guys. I love you all for being here. Thank you. You made my night. I hope you had a good time. Yeah. Go to Navi. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Let me get this off. All right, guys. Have a good night. See ya. I'm out.